access like this, then you will see actually what people will see, if they access. But at least they can read. That's the only thing we could. Good morning.
Simple lesson. Like more now. Morning.
green competencies. Activities to discover, to find out what students can do on the ground, and then at the end of the conference I will give the floor to you. So you can discuss through a breakout session how to build a Green Erasmus experience. But let me tell you, I haven't changed the slide of the agenda, but I think you followed me. Let me explain you what the Green Erasmus is. So Green Erasmus it's a project that thanks to a holistic approach that encompasses the dimension, all the dimension of Erasmus Plus, has developed results that are conceived to raise awareness and increase literacy about sustainability by providing user-friendly tools to higher education institutions as well as local incoming and outgoing students. The project is managed by a consortium of 2 universities, 3 NGOs, and a network of European universities, and it's coordinated by the Erasmus Student Network. And by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. Paola Di Marzo. I work for ESN International. I'm project officer at ESN, so I manage EU-funded projects, Green Erasmus included. And just for the records, was the first project I coordinated and I started with in ESN. Why are we doing all that? Why we are here today? Why we decided to coordinate this project? Well, because the benefits of the Erasmus Plus program in terms of personal, professional growth, social inclusion, intercultural skills are well documented, but less attention has been paid to the environmental impact of the program. This has changed in the new program, so now from 2021, environmental sustainability is a key priority of the Erasmus Plus program, and as a result, sustainable internationalization is now a challenge for the higher education sector. And I would like to introduce 2 main challenges. The first is the travel. We need to reduce the travel by plane. We need to encourage students to travel by sustainable means of transport. But we also know that it's not that accessible because green travel is often more expensive and time consuming. And within the project, we developed a petition to actually ask for an increase of the green top-up. I don't know if you are all aware, but the green top-up is the single contribution of 50 euros that students get if they travel sustainably, which we believe is not enough. And that's why we ask for an increase. The petition is still open, but we already reached our goal, more than 5,000 signatures. Yay. But we also, and why we did that? Because for the 60%, almost 60% of students on mobility consider price as the most important consumer criteria. This is a finding of the Green Erasmus research published in 2022. Without surprise, students decide to travel by plane when they go and they come back from their mobility. The main finding of the research is that despite the level of concern, 93% of the Green Erasmus research respondents are concerned about climate, but actually they don't behave sustainably in the sense that they choose to fly. And they also don't seem to prefer fair trade or second-hand products, which is something that usually environmental friendly profile do. So our conclusion is that external factors like price greatly affect their sustainable choices and their choices in general, and that's why we came out with a petition. But then there is another challenge, I think a bit more tricky, because I think it's probably a bit less concrete in the short term, is how to take advantage of the full potential of a learning mobility. Erasmus Plus is most of the time a life-changing experience that paves the way for widening horizons, acquiring or enhancing competent skills, so people usually are more eager to change behavior. So we need to think about all the dimension of the mobilities, not just the travel, is what you do during your exchange, and that's why we developed the Green Erasmus portal, which is a self-learning tool to provide students with concrete information on how to be sustainable before, during, and after the exchange in many dimensions. It can be food, how to look for accommodation, how to prepare the luggage, for example. If I need to sum up Green Erasmus project with a slide, then I show you this one. We started with the Green Erasmus research on student habits, and I briefly mentioned the main findings, and then we developed tools for higher education institutions and for students. The petition and the Green Erasmus portal are among those, but we are also working on policy recommendations that we will finalize after this conference. Our idea is to get further inputs and inspirations from you that we will inform the policy recommendations at the end. Now, I talked already a lot. I will moderate the event, but it's time for me to give the floor to my colleagues and the speakers. First of all, to Elena Alves, Policy and Research Officer, the European University Foundation. Elena manages projects that support the modernization of the European higher education area and has expertise in inclusion and sustainability internationalization. Thank you very much, Elena.
Hi everyone, so my presentation will focus on the role of universities in sustainable internationalization. When we talk about this, I think it's important to mention before what we consider internationalization and what aspects of internationalization we will focus on in my presentation. So it's mostly related with international mobility of students and staff and international cooperation between organizations. And when we talk about the role of universities in this context, actually, I think it's twofold. On one side, we have the educational role that is more related with providing knowledge and good practices to students and staff and to the whole academic community, but also connecting with the third mission of universities, so basically tackling the challenges that are currently happening in society. Basically, climate change is a huge issue that we need to tackle, and sustainable internationalization might be a way for institutions to act on it. So besides the Green Erasmus research on students' habits, we also had research on sustainable internationalization across European universities. And what we found in both of these research was that students and staff agree that universities should take a more prominent role in promoting environmentally sustainable behaviors. And also that students would like to see more actions from their university on environmental sustainability. And then when we look at sources of information for students and staff, actually only around 50% consider their university to be a source of information or main source of information on environmental issues. And that, even though it's quite good, it's half people considering universities to be a source of information, it might be increased through the activities that we organize for student mobility. When we talk about also including environmental sustainability in the process of internationalization, we talk also about the international offices, which are already overburdened by all the process that they have to implement mobility, both of students and staff. And so we need to come up with a way that international offices can include environmental sustainability in their processes without overburdening them. And so the Green Erasmus Consortium looked into this and thought about creating a handbook for sustainable internationalization that contains a lot of information and resources that universities can use to implement more sustainable practices in their internationalization procedures. So in the Handbook for Sustainable Internationalization, if you're interested in the document, on the other side of your badge, you have the QR codes where you can find the results of the project. But to summarize what you will find in the handbook, you have the conclusions of the research we did on sustainable internationalization across European institutions. And in there you will find information about the views of staff on the role of universities, but also sustainability strategies, the internationalization strategy, activities for international students, and possibility or what institutions are doing in terms of carbon offsetting. Then we have good practices, what other institutions are already putting in place to promote environmental sustainability in internationalization. I will talk a bit more on that afterwards. We have a workshop on sustainable internationalization that can be used by university staff to provide their students preparing to go on mobility with clear information of how sustainable their mobility might be and what aspects they should take into consideration to have a more sustainable mobility experience. And this workshop actually has all the resources that they would need to implement it. So universities would just get the guidelines to implement and the presentation. It would be quite easy to implement it, for example, in an info session that they have for mobility students or in another activity that they have dedicated to students preparing to go on mobility. And then in the end, we have several resources that are already available and can be used both by students and staff to promote more sustainable behaviors and to include sustainability in their daily practices. Here I present you a summary, some of the good practices that you will find in the handbook. You will see that they are quite different, and the efforts that it would take to implement them are also quite different. The thing is, not all institutions are ready to implement a full-scale sustainability strategy right away for international students. And we need to keep in mind that in Europe we have a lot of different realities in terms of this. And so we have different ideas of what could be done, both by less experienced universities and universities that are more advanced in implementing environmental sustainability. But the important thing here is to do something. So even if international offices can only send information to students, even if they aren't able to implement full-fledged workshop right now, it is important that, for example, they just mention the carbon footprint of their mobility to students. They present to them choices of transport. Because if we do these steps and if we keep on doing these steps, little by little, a little becomes a lot. And yeah, that would be it, Paula.
Thank you very much, Elena. Well, I forgot to say, to tell to my speakers that we have a pointer, so we can use it. Now it's time to present the good practices at HTW Berlin, University of Applied Science, represented today by Stephanie Albrecht, head of the international office. Stephanie is a senior leader and manager in higher education. She's skilled in strategy development, higher education administration, intercultural communication with a focus on internationalization and sustainability.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm very happy to be here and present some examples of what we've done or doing at HTW Berlin. So regarding the time, I make sure I speak fast, so we have maybe a little time later to discuss, because I think discussion is more important and you're all very aware of the topics we're talking about. Just a brief introduction to the university I'm representing. HTW is the biggest university of applied sciences in Berlin. Biggest means we have about 14,000 students. I assume you can have the presentation afterwards, so I stop with the numbers, but I'd like to point out we have 2 campuses. On the picture you can see the nice campus located directly at the Spree. The library is facing the beach. That makes it hard to study sometimes. So the international focus, we do have about 25% students of non-German heritage, which we are very proud of, and that is also part of being international in a sustainable way, because that does not require traveling. We also have about 130 partner universities in Europe and an additional 30 outside Europe. That shows that the majority of our partner universities you can reach by train. Sometimes not so easy, but possible. We all know the tools that we have at universities to sustainably increase internationalization, but all these tools have pros and cons. For example, virtual exchange. It's on one side sustainable because it does not require travel, but on the other side, is it really having the same impact than physical mobility? So we have a lot of things we can discuss, and it's always a pro and con. The same with internationalization at home, choice of partners. Can we really, or would we want to choose our partners by distance? Travel less, green travel, Paola mentioned before, it requires more time, more money, so things to be discussed and developed. But what we did, we do have a community of interest in sustainability in teaching. Sounds awful, but is a very good thing. Everyone, no matter what status group at HTW, can join this group. Students as well as teachers, professors. The good thing, this group is led by our VP, so the group actually can have an impact. And I'm going to present a few results that came out of this group. One is Transform It. This is a project where students teach students always on a sustainable topic. This example here is like future thinking, ways to a circular society, economy. That was fashion design students. We also have business students presenting projects, so students can give a drive to the subject. We have once a year a conference for sustainability where students present their projects. They can hand in papers. The most, well, there is projects rewards, for example, were last year boxes from local farmers for half a year, I think every second week. So it's a good reason to hand something good in. Innovative ideas are rewarded. But what I think has the most impact also in internationalization or on an international dimension is the certificate in sustainability. So the certificate has a few components. I'm trying to explain them as easy as possible. I'm sorry it's in German, but I think it explains itself. There is an intro, and the intro is obligatory for everyone. The aim of the intro is to raise the awareness for the topic. So this is really easy to access. And then there is 3 other components. I'm going to present them in a little more detail. 2 of them have to be taken. The choice is on the students. The whole certificate can of course also be done by international students that come to us to study with us. They are under a little time pressure, whilst our students can do this during their whole study cycle. So the obligatory intro can be, for example, participating actively in the conference, or it can be a coil from a partner university, or we have coils, they change. So every time it's a different partner university that can do a coil. This example was a professor from our partner in Mexico. It was online. He brought students. We had students participating. I think altogether it was about 40 students discussing actively in a coil, like collaborative. It's not just an impulse, about water and tourism challenges for a sustainable future. It was a very interesting session. And it also gives the opportunity to our partner universities to present themselves. So coming now to the other three components. The first is sustainability in teaching. Of course, this can be a course that students have done in a partner university while being abroad. It can be a coil. And it can be one of our courses which has a focus on sustainability, or at least sustainability as a topic. And we did some research and we went through all the modules that we have at the university, and we figured we have almost 200 courses, really almost, with a focus on sustainability. Okay, we have renewable energy as a topic as well, but it's quite a lot, and we have 261 modules with at least have sustainability as a theme. By showing this and making this visible, we are also incentivizing the other teachers and professors to at least consider having sustainability as a topic in their classes. Sometimes it's hard, like math too is hard to, I assume. So the second part can be engagement at the university. We do have projects like urban gardening or bees. So if the students are long-term, like not once putting some seeds in the garden, but long-term taking care of our garden or other sustainable projects in the university, this gets recognized as the component 2. Also, regular engagement in the local Erasmus initiative. And the third component is sustainability in civil society. There we are cooperating with a volunteer center that's located in the area of the university, or both areas and both campus. But we would also, of course, recognize voluntary service that had been done abroad. So here you can see a short summary of the international dimension of the certificate. The certificate was, well, we set it up a year ago, and there were already 30 certificates handed out, which is not, I mean, it's not massive, but also we have to take into consideration that the students have all their study cycle to complete the certificates. So it's not known by everyone, but we have at the welcome days, we tell everyone about it, so the new students will hopefully all start working on their certificate. Well, maybe so far from my side, and I hand over to the next person.
Thank you, Stephanie. It was great. I think we have a lot to learn. This certificate is very interesting, and all the presentation, all the work you do, I think it's very much in line with what we tried to do in the Green Erasmus project. Are there any questions? We have time for some questions. Please, Stephanie. Then I need you back.
Yeah.
Then at the end. Thank you very much. Yes. No. Otherwise I can say it. We can exchange the mic, right?
Yes. Thank you very much, Stephanie. It was extremely interesting. And I love how you connected all the initiatives that you have for all your students, the reality of international students. Do you have some statistics on the take-up on whether international students, exchange students are participating in these initiatives, and how do you, let's say, how you use the normal mobility cycle to get them closer to them? Do you include them in the welcome weeks? Do you include these initiatives in the information package that you send to your partners? So if you can tell us a bit about your outreach strategy towards your incoming students, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Now it works.
Yes. Okay. Thanks for the question. There's not. Thanks for the question. Yes, we do inform the incoming students when they, like in their welcome week, about the certificate and about the option. Also by the sessions that I mentioned from Mexico, for example, there is international students participating in this. So if their university participated in it, they know already, and then they have the info already, and they want to spread the word. Also, I mentioned the local Erasmus initiative is part of the certificate or can be recognized, so we make sure that our active students from the local Erasmus initiative also spread the word about the certificate. But it's very rare that, for example, engagement in civil society happens by the international students, because for them it's really hard to, like, they have enough to do to integrate themselves into Germany, into Berlin, into new study culture, so they usually do not participate in doing social work. But it's not a necessary component. They can take one of the other components, or we would recognize that from at home. And we would also be open to proceed the certificate later if they go home and then have to finalize one of the components. We can still proceed the certificate.
Another question? Is it okay without the microphone or for the recording?
Recording.
It should work if you hold it closer.
I had a question about if you were cooperating with students. In Germany, a lot of universities have the ASTA, I don't know what that translates, Association of Students, and they typically have like a chair for environment, for example, and I was wondering if you're cooperating with them to try and spread the knowledge as a peer-to-peer system as well.
Yes, and we also have two quite active ASTA members for internationalization. So they all informed, and we use all channels that we can get, of course, yes.
I have a question about the certificate. Is this something that's recognized by like the board of university? Does it have ECTS aligned to it?
Well, very good question. So I give you a two-dimensional answer. One, it's recognized by the board, and the certificate is handed out by the VP. So it's a ceremony. It's something with photos and press, and so that recognition we have. And also some of the components do have ECTS. So if the students, for example, have one of the topics that have a focus on sustainability, they receive credits on this, but the certificate itself is not giving extra credits. We wanted to make sure that someone that studies renewable energies does not receive the certificate by just studying his topic or her topic. And this is why we have other dimensions in it, to make sure it's not included in the study program, but part of it.
I have two questions. So the first one is, to what extent do you incentivize online mobility in your university? And the second one, have you tried to collaborate with other universities, partner university, for example, to export the idea of the green certificate?
Well, we did not try to make other universities use the same module, but of course, everyone is free to use it. That would be nice. And the partner universities in COILS, or well, we also have BIPs, and we incentivize our professors to do more BIPs, like blended intensive programs, but they always, I mean, they are critical. It's one of those dilemmas because there is a physical internationalization included, and it's short term. Is that more or less sustainable? And of course, it has the long-term hybrid learning included, but then there comes the travel at the end. So it's a question. But we do have online learning, and in this regard, I think Corona brought us a little closer to that.
I have a question that's slightly broader than just this program. I have a question about sustainable development in general. I was wondering, in what way has industry funding influenced your sustainable development, considering that many universities are still dependent on industry funding from organizations that are in the fossil industry? Depending on the location, that might have an influence on how you can implement these policies. And I was wondering, has that influenced you, and how do you see that developing in the future?
Well, I'm afraid this question I cannot answer because I mean, we have engineering, of course, as a study direction, and I think there's, of course, probably also public funding or industrial funding in it, but this is outside, it's not my responsibility, so I can't say much about it.
Yes. You mentioned something I think is really interesting, that you say that it is challenging for exchange students to engage in the civil society part, which, by the way, I completely love, right? Because as part of our as greening efforts, as Paola described, the part related to civic engagement and how civic engagement interacts with sustainability is actually one of the most important ones. And I wanted to ask you, what are the initiatives that you have tried to put in place, if any, which is also okay if you haven't done it yet, to kind of bridge that gap and convince the exchange students that volunteering in environmental causes can actually be kind of a very good bang for their buck, because they will be volunteering in the local community and learning about sustainability. Have you tried anything about it? Is something that you would like to explore in the future?
Yeah, well, I mentioned that we cooperate with those volunteer centers in both local areas where the university is located. By the way, if the students live in like student housing, then it's also in that area. So they are in the areas, and we connect them with those two, it's not companies, it's volunteer centers. So if they're interested, and some students also want to do an internship or something and can get recognition for that, then they know about it. We tell them, and they come to the university. They have a info booth at the conference, and we have like information for the students at the welcome weeks about it.
Yeah, very last one.
Of course, that's good.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about environmental policies at the university, as they can also be part of the environmentally friendly exchange of students. So have you got any research about your university, other universities, how sustainable it is according to the environment? For example, light saving, electricity from renewable resources, recycling, or the things.
No, only about travel. We incentivize not only students but also staff to always travel sustainable means, if possible, taking the trains. There's a time limit, so we say everything up to 6 hours is definitely train, otherwise please explain, reduce the compensation on the cost of the university. The students get the top-up. We have about 2/3 of the students taking the top-ups within Erasmus Mobility, so it's quite incentivized, I think. But about electricity use, etc., I don't have any numbers, unfortunately.
I think, like Mikhail was focusing more on the policy of the university.
Oh,
in that sense.
I'm sorry. We have, well, we want to reach a zero emission, and we work on that. We have solar panels on our ceilings. You couldn't see that. I should have taken a different angle for the picture. The houses that are built new, they are, how to say, efficient. So they, thank you, energy efficient. So they produce the energy that they need, and having renewable energies as a study program, we do have the expertise in the house to develop this.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your interesting questions. I must say, I like when there is always an engaged audience. Well, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you again. And now it's time to invite Ashley Mertens from KU11, a Belgian example. Ashley Mertens has been the coordinator of the KU11 Green Office for the past 2 years, and she worked together with students on a day-to-day level, supporting and coaching them to accelerate the sustainable shift within the KU11 community. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. It's good maybe that we ended with policy because I'm going to dive into our policy at KU Leuven. I'm actually filling in for my colleague Matt Tips, who is in Austria at the moment by train, by the way, on another conference. But I'm also in the working group of the Green Erasmus policy. So there you go. I'll go into our staff travel policy first at KU Leuven. Where we actually have this avoid, shift, compensate rule in informing our staff at the university. We have our website written there below with all of our information and suggestions. When it comes to avoid, with us it's simple, like if it's possible to avoid, if you can attend your meeting online, please do, and don't travel at all. Then our shift rule is don't take the plane, take the train if that is possible. It's mandatory for trips that are below 3 hours. At the moment, it is recommended for trips that take about 3 to 7 hours. And then, of course, we at KU Leuven also have a CO2 compensation system where we offset the carbon emissions. At the moment, that is 40 euros per ton CO2. This rule started being a voluntary thing, but now it is generalized and mandatory in our policy. So each professor individually gets invoiced every 6 months. Yeah, they weren't so happy about that at first, but change takes time. Then KU Leuven also signed the engagement, engagement statement of the Coalition for Sustainable Business Travel, which is a Belgian initiative actually. And they have some more stricter rules. And that's one of the reasons why at this point we are actually revising, updating our policy at KU Leuven as well, because here it explicitly says do not travel for just a one-on-one appointment. And also if the if the meeting is shorter than 4 hours, then also don't travel internationally. When it comes to the shift, that's also a good one. We think like only fly when travel time by train exceeds 8 hours. Now we have 3 to 7 hours, so 8 hours, that's like better. And then compensate, also something we are looking into, that especially price, like that a fair price is being paid to compensate the CO2 emissions, because at the moment 40 euros, we don't think it's enough. All right, then we're heading on to student mobility. With student mobility, well, our project outline, I'm just going to show everything. Well, we have a couple of goals, of course, at the university. We have our internalization, it's a very difficult word, but you can read it. Internalization, I know. I studied so much on it, and okay. But anyway, so internationalism, the goals there. We also want to be inclusive and sustainable, of course, as a university. So these three goals are really like dream is to aim for the center of these, that we can have like the international exchange of students, but that it is sustainable, but also inclusive. Of course, that's a very like difficult thing to do, so we don't have the golden answer, but it's something that we really keep in the back of our heads. Like that should be the goal always. To go into our project outline on student mobility and sustainability. At the moment we focus on the first two things. It's like greening our outgoing student mobility, because that's the thing that we can control the most. And then where we can, greening the incoming student mobility as well. The other two bullet points, well, they are being developed at the moment by other colleagues or are for a next phase. Sorry, I always get a dry mouth of presenting. Our project outline has a couple of pillars. So we have 5 goals for our greening the outgoing student mobility, and one that we focus on for the incoming student mobility. I'll dive into each of them a little bit deeper in the next slides. So in the outgoing student mobility, our first goal is raising awareness, obviously, on sustainable mobility. We decided to divide it into like what are the quick wins, what are medium-term wins. So in like last summer, we already directly informed our international outgoing students about like good calculators to look at what your like travel mode and what the carbon emission of that is, so you can actually compare and see the numbers. And besides that, also we started to promote regional destinations more that are accessible by train. Another medium-term win that we are working on at the moment is a communication campaign. So university-wide, looking for testimonials, making videos, making sure that like of students that go abroad, and that we really have like a strong campaign on social media to put like train travel in a good light and show the positive things of train travel. Our second goal, is providing practical travel support for our outgoing students. The quick wins there is, well, thank you very much, like the website of ESN Green Erasmus, where a lot of useful information is already. And then another example, the CIS Australia Green Book, which is also a very interesting one to go through. Also, like what we are working on right now very hard and should be launched this Monday is our own KU Leuven Green Erasmus website for our students, where we will put a lot of information again, but also about offsetting, about calculating, and then the different kind of train like companies that you could use. Our third goal is, well, we heard it in the previous presentations as well, like for every student, money matters. It is a thing that a lot of the time a train ticket is more expensive than taking the plane. So we should think about how can we subsidize or give some financial support there. At the moment, we're focusing on the quick win again, the Erasmus plus a green top up, because also at our university, it's been difficult, inflation, budget cuts, so the financial part is a really tough cookie to crack. But there are other ways, like lobbying with transport companies to see if it's possible to get a reduction on group tickets, etc., etc. So that's also like on our plan. The fourth goal is focusing focusing on the offsetting, of course. How can we do that with our outgoing students? At the moment, also we're going for quick wins, so it's always good to have quick wins. And that's promoting with really like reliable offsetting mechanisms, because there are also a lot of unreliable ones. So as a university, we think it's very important to make sure that they use the right ones. Then on a medium term, we would like to make it possible that students can like voluntarily donate, preferably into an internal KU Leuven climate fund. Because of course we can't really force them, it's always voluntary. And then in the long run, it would be great if offsetting could be included in the granted scholarships for international travel.
Wow.
Our fifth goal, and last goal of these, I think, yeah, is of course, besides the whole travel, if you are here, then it's also very recommendable that you have a sustainable lifestyle abroad. So also there, again, we have our information of the Green Erasmus, the ESN Green Erasmus website. But then also on our website, we want to put some information of that as well. So how can you live a sustainable lifestyle abroad? Same thing is actually for our incoming students. So we can't control much, but we can't like nudge them into, hey, how can you live sustainable here in Belgium, in Leuven? So we have our orientation days for international students. At the moment, we have already some slides included there, making sure they get informed about where can I repair stuff, where can I buy secondhand, although apparently there's not so much interest in secondhand. I was a bit astonished by that. Promoting the Green Office, KU Leuven Engage, and Engage is really about volunteering, so engaging in the community, so an international student can really get to know the local community. Let me see, in the medium term, yeah, we would like to make a green guide, of course. Now it's just some slides in a presentation, but it would be nice if we have a real like green guide with all of the information and just like a whole presentation of interesting like things to live a sustainable lifestyle. All right, I'm going to, okay, I'm done. Answer a lot of questions. I can always try. But if you have like feedback, that's the person you should reach. And Matt says hi as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. I'm very happy to have you here as well, because we started to work with Matt last year for the Erasmus Goes Green conference, and since then we started to cooperate, exchange presentation, inviting each other to events. So thank you very much also for being available for us today. Are there any questions?
That are not too difficult.
So hi. Closer. Oh, yeah. So just a question, and maybe I've missed it, but do you work with a travel agency for your staff mobility?
Yes, we do. That's what I know. Yeah, we do. And is there an extra question?
Well, yeah. Was it already an existing collaboration with that travel agency, and were they just expanding their services to make it more sustainable? Because we also, I'm from Leiden University, we also work with the travel agency, but unfortunately they are very focused on buying the plane tickets and not finding alternative ways to travel by train. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, well, there I'm not sure if like the travel agency is indeed like sustainable minded. Probably not really, but I do think that it's the intention of KU Leuven to like I think you can always like look for other ones to work together with. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but that they actually are going to ask them like, look, this is our policy, and if any professor wants to go to some city and the travel time is what is it like below 8 hours, hopefully it will be, then then we don't want you to suggest a plane, we want you to suggest a train. We're going to ask that. If it's going to work, well, that I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. So you mentioned in the first goal, go to rail. So this initiative to group students who are going to the same destination. Have you already had any experiences at KU Leuven with go to rail?
I have no idea. See, that's a question. I'm not on the really mobility parts. I'm sorry.
I can reply, I think. I know Go to Rail because they were at the Erasmus Goes Green conference last year, so they started to pilot some routes using fast train. So Rome and Milan to Lyon, Paris. If I remember well from the last presentation I heard by Matt, he said they are gonna pilot something to Belgium, but I don't want to say anything wrong. As far as I know, I don't think there are any routes available to Belgium, but if you go to Rail website, you will see the piloting routes.
Can I ask a second question?
Yeah, should I keep Paola here?
This is more KU Leuven related. So you mentioned a few times offsetting as one of the key measures, and you didn't mention where does the money go. Is that the climate fund, or like how is it going to be used?
Yeah, of what I recall, is that KU Leuven has a climate fund, and I'm not sure. I think they work together with Bos Plus, who actually go plant trees somewhere. But at the moment, yeah, I think that's a collaboration, like towards students. I heard that you have an initiative. It's called Tricological, which is actually really like, I mean, they research it and is like a good offset initiative there.
Yeah, maybe just a comment, but more general. I think, I mean, offsetting plans tend to not be probably the most efficient thing in the world, at least in my opinion, the opinion of many climate scientists that I've been talking with. And I think it's good if we could use that offsetting money, those funds, to actually fund students to be more sustainable. So we're talking about financial incentives, etc. This is something that is very crucial, and if universities try to use those funds towards funding like train tickets, towards funding like more sustainable options, that would be really great. So thank you.
You know, it's totally good suggestion, because you're right, like offsetting, I'm not 100% convinced as well. There's probably better things to do, but this is what things organizations do.
Hello. Yes. Okay. So first and foremost, thank you so much, especially because I think you made a really great point talking about the lifestyle, because we have been focused so much about the mobility, about going there per se, and that's related to my question, because we talked how to make it more sustainable regarding the lifestyle of the staff and also regarding the students. But I also wonder if you as university, like the infrastructure, especially I was thinking about the canteen or about the services that you bring, if you also try to take into account sustainability. For instance, I was thinking if you offer, like if there's rest of food, what do you do with that? Like if you also apply that sustainability, not just for the people, both staff and students, but also in the services that you offer. Thank you.
Well, actually, yeah, I'm the coordinator of the Green Office, so I'm a bit critical there. I think there is some work to do at our university. For example, we have our student restaurant, who had a CEO who was very difficult to work with because we wanted to make the restaurant more sustainable, more like a vegetarian, even vegan offers. But now there's a new CEO, so we're working on this. It's really to say that it's actually an initiative that comes from students at our university. So through our green office, we want to talk to the student restaurants, see what's possible to make them more sustainable. Same with catering, actually. So there is, it's not like an official policy, but when there are big events organized, luckily, I'm thankful for that. They focus on that there is vegetarian offers there as well, that it's or local or biological, but it's not a strict policy. And food waste is a very big problem when they organize meetings, events, even. We already tried a lot of that. We actually have at KU Leuven, this year we worked on a roadmap for becoming CO2 neutral by 2050. And we managed to have a food working group really focusing on that and the food waste, but apparently it's a difficult one because of a lot of like hygienic rules to give away food after something. But I hope that through student initiatives and by just working together with staff, just like regular staff who join our eco teams and sustainable minded, and then our student associations, that they can just work out like an informal agreement, like if you have a meeting and you have leftovers, just put a table outside, put the food there, and it's gone before you know it. And some of them, you see that some libraries or some offices already do that, and it actually works. But as I said, there is a lot of work to be done to have like a real policy, and I really hope that having that food working group in our roadmap, what is it, like project, that can help a little bit, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, me again. Angela, and you touched upon a very cool topic, which is the collaboration with student associations. How do you do it in the context of your roadmap, or are there any existing initiative to work with student associations to make KU Leuven more sustainable?
Yeah, you mean the initiatives, or if there are initiatives to work together with student associations to make the university more sustainable? That's the question, right? Yeah, yeah. So, well, that's the good thing at the moment. Well, that we have our green office, which is really like those are the students that are driven to. That's really our mission, like to make our university more sustainable. But we've worked the first couple of years. It was more like we on our island, hoping that our message would affect someone. But now we took on a more strategic strategy indeed and start talking to student associations. We work together with the umbrella organizations of all student associations because they do also have someone in charge of sustainability. And it seems like finally also student associations are like waking up, and they actually asked us like, we want to become more sustainable, but can you please help us? So their students actually are working together on like a guide, providing information and taking the whole like trip or road with the student associations in their steps to become more sustainable. Let me see, is there anything else? No, I think I'm not sure how it is at other universities, but I'm very convinced actually that like having a green office is the start of green sustainable student led or driven initiatives. But even there, green offices also at KU Leuven, we're not sure about our future as well. So, yes, like we're all sustainable, but there's never budgets for sustainable initiatives. Yeah. I'm sorry, sorry. I'm very transparent.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, I love honesty.
But I also have like a related question to that. Because you have your green office, but to what extent do they collaborate together with your local ESN?
With our local ESN?
Yeah.
We made some like efforts actually, but from the ESN side, Leuven, it wasn't that easy. So we hope to have a collaboration this year. I'm not sure it was. I think that one was about the sustainable Christmas market, something like small. So I have no idea if there's more. I have to admit that ESN was very. I didn't really know a lot about it. I was in the green office, not in the Erasmus thing. So it could be, especially like on the mobility part, of course. I was also thinking like, because I'm in the working group on Green Erasmus, but just no, my students at the Green Office are not really working or focusing on it. It would be much better that they would take this on as a project as well and then work together with ESL Leuven on it. But that relationship has yet to be established better.
Small steps, right?
Yeah. Small steps. Every step is a good one.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about the fact you said there's never budget for anything. And so what's very interesting about that is that sustainability doesn't have to be expensive. Because reducing food waste reduces costs. So in many ways, being more efficient is cheaper and not an investment. So I actually think that many universities should consider that in their sustainability policies.
That is actually an argument that I used to make sure that my green office with my students survives. Indeed, it's like, but for us, it's like it's indeed it's small things. It's more, you need more, I think, maybe human capacity or time or that you just or a focus on it, because indeed it's also for the green office. I mean, our working budget, we use peanuts actually. Most of the budget goes to me. And it's like in paying people to make sure that it runs, but that's also kind of that's where the budget is. It's not in the initiatives, it's not in the projects, but it's more in making sure that you have some people who are dedicated on sustainability at your university on different kind of spots that can actually work on it, have a mandate to work on it, but it lacks a lot of the time. We're working on that as well, by the way. We have it's called sustainability. I can't really. It's like one person in charge or has a mandate to work on sustainability within every faculty or department or office. So they're establishing that right now, which would be good, because then also students have someone to talk to within every faculty, staff have someone to talk to, and there's just someone who takes responsibility for that. Okay, sorry, I tend to talk a lot sometimes.
Thank you very much again. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
And thank you again to all of you. One applause, many. And now another exciting moment of the day with a panel discussion that will be moderated by Juan Rayon Gonzalez, President of ESN, and I also invite our speakers, Johannes Geringer from DGAC, European Commission, Suzanne Scola, Education for Climate Coalition, but also at the work at JRC, and Katrina Sproger from the European Student Union. For all the introduction and description of the panel, I will give my mic to Juan.
Thank you very much, Paola. Yes, I can always take that now. Is there anything we can do for problems? And then this one for speakers. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Susan. And now we move directly to the Erasmus Plus, the core elements of the program. So Johannes, now since 2021, with the new program, we do have a number of new tools. There are legal changes mentioned in the regulation, mentioned in the HM. But despite the new tools, it is also clear, and I think we see this a lot in every meeting that we have, in every meeting with universities. Universities still report that sometimes it can be challenging to identify which concrete steps they can take to become more sustainable. That we have, I would like to ask you about two, but also you can connect the dots with others. One is the mentions in the ECHE, that now there's a specific reference related to sustainability in the Erasmus Charter of Higher Education, creating that obligation for universities. Another one is a tool that I know you like very much, which are the BIPs, the blended intensive programs that you have been following very closely. So what can you tell us about the role that the ECHE applications, the ECHE monitoring, and the new BIPs that have started to emerge and are becoming very popular among the Erasmus community, having this sustainability field, and how are they being used, what are the challenges, and what can be the next steps. I'm going to give you my mic because I think it's easier.
Thank you very much, Juan. Yes, I'm glad as well to be here. Allow me to do a little step back. Not only talk about EU funding through Erasmus+, but also what the EU is doing in terms of policy. Of course, there's the coalition that you just mentioned, but last year we also had a EU recommendation from the Council of Ministers on learning for a green transition and sustainability. That means this should have a systemic impact on the countries, on the national education systems, because all the national education and training systems should equip students and learners and educators with the right green skills and competences, knowledge, but also encourage the institutions of learning, of education, schools, universities, and so on, to integrate sustainability issues in all teaching and learning, including the curriculum. I stop here and go more into depth. Sustainability, environmental sustainability, the green transition is one of the 4 overarching priorities of the program, coming also from, of course, the EU priority as such. And we're still, even after 2 years, at the beginning of the program. For example, when it comes to higher education, our higher education mobility projects will just finish at the end of this year. You asked me about the quality standards. Every higher education institution that wants to take part in Erasmus Plus has to sign up to the quality standards, the Erasmus Charter, and there's an application where actually the higher education institutions have to explain how they cater, how they will develop activities in reference to this overarching priority on sustainable development. And the national agencies that are implementing the program on the ground then can monitoring as part of their monitoring exercise, monitoring meetings, monitoring visits, what is actually then what the HEIs have committed in the application for the charter, and actually what they have been doing. And as I mentioned, the first year projects from 21 will come to an end, and only at the end of this year, higher education institutions will report what they have done, also in terms of environmental sustainability. And I would like to mention as well the importance of the students, because we will not only ask the higher education institutions to report in the final beneficiary report, but also, after each mobility, there's a participant report. Students have to give their feedback, and we ask them 2 questions on this horizontal priority, this green transition overarching priority. We'd like to know from the students what they have learned abroad in terms of sustainability, in terms of environment, climate change, but also if they have changed their habits regarding sustainability. And these questions are fed back to the higher education institutions that send out students and stuff. And we ask them, then the higher education institutions in the final report, can you please comment to what your students and staff reported back, but also in relation to their institutional strategy. Because in the quality standards, the Erasmus Charter, we are not only encouraging the promotion of environmentally friendly practices in all activities, but also that sending and receiving higher education institutions, well, try to also prepare the students and also kind of incite behavioral change. Also, they are encouraged to come up with their own institutional strategy towards sustainability. So, when it comes to blended intensive programs, one of the novel activities of the new program, this is a group mobility, kind of, consisting of virtual part, virtual collaboration, but a physical meeting as well. What is special is that we encourage innovative teaching and learning, and we encourage interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary cooperation, which is very adapted to the issue of environmental sustainability, where you have to bring together different fields, like you have to look at the political side, socioeconomic side, but also ecological side of problems. That's why, for example, it's very, such blended intensive programs are very good for challenge-based approaches, like in living labs, where some universities work together with like local stakeholders, municipalities, companies, NGOs, to solve issues related, for example, to sustainability. And we see that 1 out of 5 blended intensive programs organized for students are catering to the green transition. But I would also like to recall that Erasmus Plus is a kind of a toolbox. You can take different parts. We also found lots of cooperation partnerships in higher education. This one, yes, exactly, yes, you see, very useful. And the idea is that you develop good practices, what you do actually, and these good practices are taken up by others, not outside of the partnership. Because we would like to have a maximum of impact also on the national level, on the European level. And so it's important, we've been funding so far on the last 2 calls, 21, 22, some 700 projects across Europe, and out of which 100 are on green skills and on the green transition, so it's quite a lot. And there's a lot of wealth that is developed. Even under the previous program, we already supported green skills and green transition as such. It's not a totally new topic as such. So there's a lot of practice, a lot of resources that other actors can take inspiration, can look at. We have a project results platform where you can look at the outputs and so on. And the third point is actually the core of Erasmus Plus, as we know, it's student mobility or mobility in general. First of all, I mentioned before, what higher education institutions can do is prepare outgoing students, as we've heard, but also, of course, prepare incoming students. We have the student Erasmus Plus student charter that enshrines not only rights but also obligations. Obligations, for example, that you respect local laws and regulations. That, for example, you sort your waste, which may not be the case in all the countries. And we'd also like to recall that, for example, Erasmus Plus traineeships in higher education can also be on environmental topics, a better understanding, working with NGOs in other countries on environmental topics, on sustainability topics, on forward-looking areas. So yeah, there's a lot of things a lot of tools to be used. We are still gathering information, gathering evidence, because we still haven't received the reports of the first year. So we still need a bit of time before we can draw definite conclusions. By the way, without wanting to forget it, at the beginning of the year we already looked at the mobilities that are registered in our data gathering tool, and we saw that about 10% of the mobilities in higher education were using sustainable means of transport. We hope, of course, that it's okay. I'll stop here. Very nice.
It's actually nice that you say, because I was checking our latest data from the ESN survey on green top-up, and it's exactly 10%, the latest data that we have. So indeed, it seems that the take-up is increasing. And indeed, I like, Johannes, that you reminded us of how many times it's about how do we use the tools that we have, right? In the Erasmus Plus context, something that we've also advocating for. So I think we have gotten a very good understanding of the different key elements, the need for the systemic approach, and also to look the details and the importance of accountability that Katrina reminded, that it's important to ask also the leadership to be clear and transparent with the information on what is actually happening and where the money is being invested. I think also the comment by Jas before on many times thinking more about the final impact rather than just, you know, like these mechanisms that might seem good in theory, but might not be the most adequate. And then also the combination of research and communities of practice that the coalition is doing, really, really important. I think it's also what we're trying to do through this project and this conference. And of course, Johannes reminded us of all those tools. And also, something that I would like to stress, which is the importance of transferability. And I was really happy because from Karl Leuven we learned that the Green Erasmus portal is being used outside of the consortium, right? So this also shows that in context, like for instance the European University Alliances, things can be created that then can trickle down to the whole sector so we can benefit. So now we're going to open the floor for a first round. We want to hear your comments, questions, reflections. So anything that you want to ask your speakers or also any contribution to the discussion is more than welcome. So I will ask someone to help us taking the mic, or we have Paola, and we have here a couple of comments to start. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's working. All right. Johannes, you mentioned that you also like ask the students who have been on the Erasmus Plus program, did you also gain some sustainable habits, right? Was one of the questions. I was just wondering that what kind of initiatives that can be there at educational institutions that you think could be successful to establish this with their students.
I mean, we've already heard very good examples from two higher education institutions. I mean, we have no prescription. We leave it up to the higher education institution what is best, of course. We're just saying that, you should work with, you should prepare students that leave and also have, integrate all the sustainability issues in the orientation weeks of incoming students, work with local student organizations, as is the case, as we've heard in the case of Germany, the local Erasmus initiatives, that even though it's not so easy, we've also heard that international students, may have an issue with going out into to meet, to go to schools, like in Germany, the Erasmus meets schools, but also you see Erasmus alumni can also then go back to their schools, to their university, and also report on the issues. By the way, I wanted to mention one thing. When I remember when we discussed about all the issues about how to implement a green transition, issues, environmental sustainability. There was the issue about why still continue mobility that is creating carbon dioxide and is creating a carbon footprint, but it was argued that the benefits of a mobility in terms of behavioral change should outweigh the costs in terms of carbon footprint. I see that some disagree, but this is the premise, that there's more to be gained from going abroad, from learning from abroad, also from bringing your good experience into other countries, to other contexts, to talk to other students, to also kind of inspire them from what you know in your country that may be more advanced in certain areas. This is at least a theoretical consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the reason I ask is because I always wonder, can you really change habits just by educating and by taking lessons? So I'm not sure if anyone else has
different reactions. So I think there you want to react. It's good to have a bit of a conversation. So
all of them want to react? Reactions or extra
reactions?
Reaction.
You want to react? Okay, you can do it. But in the meantime, while we wait for the reaction, what I can contribute with a data point. So in 2021, we asked about the impact that mobility had on the interest in different topics, right? In the ESL survey. It's 2021, so it's before, even the new program started, etc. And actually, 55% of students reported they gained interest in environmental sustainability. Among 80 different options, it was the topic where students reported gaining more interest, even more than other topics, such as very important topics such as human rights, etc. So I think that from what we see, and also from the Green Erasmus report, I would say there's clear evidence that points in that direction, right? That since it's an important societal topic, students are gaining interest in that. And then, please, Gavin.
Yes. I wanted to react about if we really can learn new habits and what it means, how we can implement it. First of all, I believe we learn these habits in a peer-to-peer way. That does not mean the university cannot help. The university should provide all of these resources. But at the end of the day, when people go on a mobility program, they meet local students and they come into contact with local habits. Mr. Göring already mentioned the Mülltrennung, the separation of trash, which is in Germany quite specific. And when exchange students come there, they don't know about this because they're used to throwing everything away. However, locally, as a student initiative, you can offer courses. I know the Umweltreferat, so the chair for environment at the student union does this. We do this as well. We teach it and they get used to it. And then when they come home, they look up their options and they realize that there is a place to throw away glass 500 meters from their home, and that there is a place to bring away the cartons. And that is a way for them to learn these new habits and to bring it back home. This does, however, not mean that the universities cannot support, because by supporting voluntary work, you enable more students to engage in these practices and to teach them. By supporting the students union, you give them more power, more reach, so that the exchange students can come into connection. That is, in my opinion, the role that the universities play, and that enables us to do peer-to-peer teaching of practices, and here specifically sustainable practices.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Gavin. I think we also have Jas over there and Mihail, right?
You had a question, right? So I have a question.
Yes, this is working. I also wanted just to clarify that this is not I'm not contradicting. I was just saying yes. You're right. This is a very ESN thing to do, but yeah. So my question is more regarding the synergies between the higher education institutions when it comes to sustainability. So from what I've heard, there are obstacles, challenges to creating those synergies and creating those peer-to-peer networks. And I saw also on some slides that there was the CANYIN, so the climate, I never remember the full acronym, Climate Action Network for International something, education. So I was wondering, how can you empower such networks to, on a European level, to actually bring together all the people from each higher education institution to collaborate on topics such as sustainability. Yeah, that question goes to anyone in the panel.
I think that's quite a community question.
Yes, let's hope that this cable will provide us.
Yeah, like this? Okay, yeah, that works.
You can move this way.
Okay. Indeed, that's quite a question. So indeed, the coalition tries to be that community of communities of different stakeholders coming together to work on specific challenges that they face together. Now we've been established nearly 2 years ago, and we face exactly that. It takes time. It takes time to convince stakeholders that there's something in there for them, that it's not a tit-for-tat game, but a cooperation one where actually the sum of the little pieces we bring together is much more in the end. That it's not just another council strategy, or that it is a decision by the Commission that is somehow to be implemented, but that we are in there together. It's quite kind of advocacy work to try to reshape the incentives out there for different initiatives to come together. For example, we've seen this, that stakeholders, rather from the education employer side, may have a completely different perceptions on the issues at stake than from the education unions, rather than from the education students' side, other than the policy side, other than the research side, other than the civil society side, or the regions or municipality sides. And all these little bits and pieces of stakeholders have their own problems they're facing, and we try to gather them, to group them, and let us all perceive together, okay, we're in it together. These are systemic challenges where any perspective can help us address it. And that's a long-term work. It's not solved with one-off meetings, one-off consultations, one-off documents, but a constant cycle of consultation, of working groups, of bringing people together online, but also in person. There's an element of how we meet that really makes a difference. And maybe going back to the other questions on competences and behavioral change, what we've also learned is that not only does it take time, but the more concrete a challenge is, the more engaged are people that are in there. So for example, we have now established a new working group on good practices on how to boost green competences, and a colleague of ours will talk about this later this afternoon. There's a European Sustainability Competence Framework, and we do have already a working group of community members coming from all across the EU, exchanging on what are the issues we're facing when we want to change behaviors and boost green skills. And there are different working streams in there. There are little cafes, touch points, and so on. So it's really a lot of community management that is in there.
Yeah, when we talk about any sustainability practice, we cannot look at just one small sector. We have to look at the big picture, because everyone involved is contributing, and everyone involved can contribute also to solving the issue. And I do agree that it takes time, and it takes patience probably as well, quite a lot, to bring everyone together and to get everyone around the same table to discuss and say that everyone's opinion matters. Especially probably in civil society, we do tend to need to fight for our spot around the table. But there also needs to be incentive and the understanding that only when we are gonna come together, something is gonna change. It cannot be you can't force a legislation from the top level, but you also can't demand and just complain from the civil society side and not be able to provide any input or provide solutions or be able to come to any consensus together with everyone else. It needs to be a very collaborative work, and yeah, the incentive needs to come from both sides. It has to be done together.
Well, not directly to answer it, but you know, we talked about civic engagement, and you know, the EU is also recommending that higher education institutions award ECDS credits for civic engagement, both for local students and for international students, to also encourage outreach. You know, the third mission of the institutions. But we can also talk about financial incentives for green travel later, if you want.
Definitely, and that's a very important statement to make. That the EU is actually encouraging that, because it's something that maybe it's not happening as much as it should, especially among exchange students. But the institutional commitment is there, so hopefully we'll see it more. My friends, more questions? Yes, Mihail, please go ahead.
Thank you for your reflections. I'd first like to say that I thought about this problem in the past weeks. In my understanding, there are three elements in the system. We've got policies, we've got facilities, and we've got people that follow the policies and use the facilities. If one of the elements is missing from the system, it cannot work. If there are facilities and policies and people don't follow, nothing will happen. Or if there are no facilities, people cannot fight for the environmental change. If there are no policies, people may not see any need to follow rules that are not there. And to share a short story, as I work at a school, a colleague of mine asked me if all the rubbish we separate gets recycled in the end. And I say, I really don't 100% care about that. What I care about is that students recycle, that they are willing, they know what they are doing and they do it. If at the end it doesn't get thrown in the right container, this can be fixed at some point. But if people cannot follow and don't know how to do things and they don't do them, nothing will happen. So I emphasize that for me the most important element is other people. And my question to you, although it may repeat questions that have been already asked, is from the perspective of your organization. Not collaborating between different partners, but from your perspective as an organization, how could you, what initiative could you organize, or how could you inspire people to follow environmental policies or to think about the environment? Could you please add another idea to the ones that you already said, focusing on the element people that are following policies and, for example, recycling or saving electricity and other aspects? Thank you.
Who would like to start? It's an interesting question, I have to say.
Two organizations here. Wait a minute, exactly. Maybe she can take more the research dimension, you can take more the other.
Yeah, when I'm focusing only on what specifically my organization and not necessarily our member organizations can do, because yeah, we're the European level umbrella, is well, this is going to go towards the peer-to-peer, but also leading by example and assuring that whenever we do anything, especially when we're looking at our events and our especially general assemblies, which are fairly long, they last up to a week. That we assure that there is space for everyone to see how it can be implemented in a more sustainable way, and then they can bring back these practices towards their national structures, and then they can trickle that down to local level. And by leading by example, we can be there to make this change and also be there to explain why we're doing things in a certain way, why that is important. And yeah, that starts with assuring that we, for example, instead of creating trash or instead of sorting the trash, we assure that we don't create the trash at all, and showing ways how we can do it. Right before pandemic, we were still printing the documents. We dropped that during COVID because we understood that's not needed, and a lot of national students also dropping that as well. Not using plastic water bottles, thinking of what's going into the welcome bags, because I'm sure that most of people here are student representatives. How many tote bags do you need in your life? Really? I have probably around 150. I will not live long enough to use them up. Studies vary on how long you need to use them. Some say 10,000 times, some say 10 years. I will not live that long, unfortunately. Also, yeah, all the reusable water bottles and all the opt-in and opt-out options. We mostly go now for opt-in, that you consciously need to make the decision for opting in for something, that you need something specific for yourself. Even the printing part, yeah, we also need to assure accessibility needs. That also is part of the sustainability, that sort of options are there, but that we don't consciously create unnecessary, well, trash at the end, actually, yeah. That's something that we do.
Trying to bridge here a bit the community and the commission perspective. So going from the inner parts of the organization towards the community engagement part that we're doing. So, and we're always trying to be a facilitator of the different sides. Meaning, for example, within the commission, we do have staff representatives in our organization called EU Staff for Green, and Greening the Commission. That is an initiative basically doing what you just described, all the different issues of how can we make the proceedings of the Commission more sustainable. And we are basically the bridge to other good practices outside the Commission towards this inside group of people doing something. from there, we also host what we call an EU Green Education Agora, meaning bringing together all the different services within the Commission, working on research or implementation on anything that is related to education/sustainability. So from international relations or neighborhood policies to the Department on Economics and Financial Affairs to the Directorate for Environment and so on. We really can see what are the needs from the policy side and what can the community do or where is their inspiration lying in the community. And then on the other hand side, with the community is then doing ideation contests. Because instead of proposing own ideas, we want to know what ideas are out there that can be followed by others. Not to propose something, but to multiply and like amplify what's out there. So we have an always ongoing ideation incubator where people can propose, vote up, engage, and take it forward.
Well, one should follow the principle, practice what you preach, well, there's one aspect, following the pandemic, that is online meetings versus in-presence meetings. We have an in-presence meeting. Should we have done it online? I think there are advantages and disadvantages for both options, and I think a mix is good as such. And what we do, we have lots of working groups and meetings. We have working groups on like higher education mobility. We have meetings with our Erasmus Plus national agencies, and we do it in a mixed way. Some we do it online, others in person, because the informal contacts are also very important, and also an element of innovation, as even some tech companies discovered. So we do much less business travel. And because people can, telework part of the week from home, there's less travel to work as well. We don't have gadgets anymore. We just had long 3-day national agency meetings, and we didn't have gadgets anymore like in the past. Like you say, you have hundreds of items. We even lowered the temperature during the winter in our offices, which was not easy as such. Well, just to give you an idea, some ideas, and of course, sustainable means of transport are also encouraged, like bike use and use of public transport. But as it was mentioned, policy also has to follow, because our public transports at peak hours are totally congested because of this policy. Because many people would prefer to take the public transport. And even the parking lots for cars are now managed and have to be reserved. So it's becoming a more scarce resource to be managed. Just some internal glimpses.
You can wrap.
Thank you for amazing answers. Regarding the last one, as the focus of my question was the people, when you do this to reduce costs and travel, it is very important that people know that you're doing it for this purpose, and not just saving cost, saving time, just we can do it online and not travel. It is important that people know, okay, I stay home, I saved this amount of CO2, for example, or when you lower the temperature, you didn't only save the cost, but you also saved some energy that was somewhere produced. And if people are conscious of that, about that, there may be a change. If not, they will just be at home and again damage the environment somehow, but just online.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mihail. Okay, so now we have time for the final forward-looking and inspirational question. And it connects very well with what Mihail was saying, because Mihail was asking you about initiatives that maybe you can do as organizations, but now I wanted to move to the policy perspective. So we're 2 years, basically 2 years exactly into the new Erasmus cycle. We have been through 2 full academic years. We're going to start to have the reports, etc. And it's time to look into the future. The midterm review process is starting, implementation report by the Parliament. So what should come next? What have we learned, and what should be the next steps that we take to make Erasmus Plus more sustainable across the board? And maybe we can start with you, Susanne.
I have that now once again, and it works. That's the question of the day, right?
Yes.
That's a very, very good question. And again, that kind of consultation of what needs to come next. For us, it's one of co-creation. So what we are going to do at the end of this year is actually to ask exactly that towards our community members, towards all the different representatives from single students to student bodies to education institutions to elementary school teachers to third-party providers of learning materials and so on, to see where should this be heading, because it's not on us to decide, but on us together to shape what it is.
Well, when we talk about sustainable travel within Erasmus, the money has to come. The next thing that needs to come is the money to, and up until the moment when the prices are going to be the same between more sustainable forms of travel, which could be train or coach based on where you are in Europe. It doesn't necessarily mean you can take a train. Me coming from the Baltics, it's an adventure to go across the countries until Rail Baltic. That's coming. Maybe, but yeah, the financial support needs to be sufficient for the student not to worry about what am I going to do, especially for those who heavily rely on that support coming from the Commission and coming from the program. Not everyone can afford to take the more sustainable means of transportation just out of their pockets, or relying on the support of their parents or partners or other financial aid. And when we talk beyond not just traveling, yeah, it's maybe not necessarily the policy spectrum, but yeah, it has to be embedded into everything that the education institutions do. There needs to be peer-to-peer support on how to implement these practices, and what we are not using enough. There are some initiatives. There's the multiplier effect that we can get from the previous participants, from those who have these ideas and who know what to do, and teachers, administration, whoever, that they can then multiply the same knowledge and then provide these tips and tricks and everything, and teach their peers on how to become more sustainable in their lives, not just within the walls of the education institution, but way beyond.
May I address the sustainable means of transport funding? There's a certain misconception, or maybe this one is used stronger. Hopefully, yes. I think there's a certain misconception. My colleague also told me, yeah, people or students don't, she worked previously at the university and now with us. She said that students that receive an Erasmus grant do not understand that the grant contains a big part to fund the travel costs. So if you go for a semester abroad, like 5 months, like you could assume that 250 euro of your 2,000 euro grant is for the travel, and you can add 50 euro with the green travel top-up, so you get to 300 euros, and with 300 euros you can do quite a lot. And from my personal experience, I can tell you, well, group travel is a good option. My daughter went on a school exchange between southern France and Berlin, and they did a group travel of like 5 from Berlin who came to southern France, and 5 from France to Berlin, so 10, and they paid the travel tickets for this group was 3 times cheaper bought in Berlin than in southern France. So it was only 90 euros by train, 2 trains, for per person. So it's not that expensive. It's also a matter of organization as such, especially when you have group carriers. And it even included a fast train from Frankfurt to Berlin. So it's actually possible. It's a matter of organizing. It's a matter also of negotiating prices with train companies, as we have these projects. I will finish my point, and then you. Okay, yeah. Because we're talking about the next steps as well, what we can do. We are now in the surprisingly already in the midterm evaluation of the Erasmus Plus current Erasmus Plus program, and of course, what is how the overarching priorities are implemented, like the green transition and the sustainability, will also be evaluated, also based on how many did green travel and also the real distances taken. So, and as I said, we're just waiting for the feedback from the higher education institutions on the first 2 years of implementation, and we'll also then get more feedback from the students as such. And national agencies will look at the sustainability issues as part of the monitoring of the quality standards. And eventually, there's also a resource center called SALTO for the green transition that is created that will also help the national agencies train, work on improving the quality and implementation of the projects also in relation to sustainability. So we're still at the beginning, we're gathering evidence, gathering data, starting to do analysis of the data, and so we still need time to sync up that all this sinks in and that we get evidence.
Thank you very much. Then, before we finish, I think there are a couple of questions. You wanted to ask something? Yes? It's muted, eh?
Yeah, first I want to make a comment on the fact that a large part of the current grant system is supposedly meant for travel. Students, a part of it is meant for travel. Students have to make choices between being able to afford their housing, being able to afford their food, being able to afford all those things. And then there's not that much money left for travel. And the other point I want to make is that I live in Finland. How am I sustainably going to travel at an affordable cost to, let's say, Spain? Because currently, even if I would want to choose a train, I first have to sit in the train for 4 hours in Finland to get to a ferry, to then take a 10-hour ferry to get to Sweden, to then take I don't know how many hours of train. So, like, currently the structures aren't there to support sustainable travel, partly because of geographical issues. And I understand that. I don't expect there to magically be an overnight rail connection tomorrow. But I can't make a sustainable choice. If I fly, it's unsustainable. If I take a 10-hour ferry, it's unsustainable. So in these cases, what do you do? And a more practical question, I don't expect an answer to that. A more practical question might be, how do you view having grants that are based on location and based on how difficult it is to make a sustainable choice? Because if I live in the Netherlands and I can travel to Belgium for my exchange, then do I really need as much money as if I live somewhere in a location where it's really hard to make a sustainable choice? So should that be counted into these grants? Should there be a system that takes this into account, or how do you think that would be fair?
Well, thanks to the...
I guess.
Yeah, of course, we have a certain European geography, but most of, we have, let's say 80% of the mobilities are, let's say, within the core of the European continent, between Germany, France, Italy, Spain, the Benelux. So they're more easy to reach by a sustainable means of transport. I understand, of course, we have the same issue with the Discover EU, well, you have the islands, you have peripheral areas. So it's not easy to, we're also going back to the how to have a fair student grant. It's not easy. You cannot take an infinite number of factors into account. We take already into account to a certain extent the sending and receiving country, types of mobility. For new activities or new possibilities like international mobility and for students with new opportunities, we gave them an additional grant based on the distance. It's not ideal to have different systems for everything with the other. So it also, the idea of having an inbuilt travel contribution is also facilitating the work, the administrative workload of higher education institutions, and this allowed to have a mass of student mobility. One has to see. Now, of course, with the green travel top-up, we're going a bit back to the administrative workload. And I would even think that, well, my wish would be that we create incentives for the behavioral changes, for the mindset that people think about using sustainable means of transport without getting financial incentive as such, so that you don't have to, well, it's just a seed funding for now, but once people get to think of sustainable means of transport first, it's okay. We have a bus network in Europe, you know, private buses, but they're not so expensive. Of course, we have the periphery. I mean, I understand that it's not so easy to take into account of all the travels. We will also review all the grant rates. Partially, we have done it already on the current call. We are doing right now a survey also on the grant travel rates, on the individual support rates, to see if it's adapted because of inflation. It doesn't affect us.
Here. Would you like to react as well?
I mean, your question was bang on about what to do and how to approach the fact that the students may not necessarily be able to survive with the current grants, and they need to make very painful choices along the way. Some of them including whether I can even go on mobility or not. And we did a different project. We did work with the project partners as well on first solving the issue on how to assure that the grant that is available is more tailored towards the destination city where they're going. The additional travel costs, we haven't gotten there yet, but we are working on that. But that's something also where we will need all your help as well, because that's going to take convincing. Because everyone, whenever they hear anything about any change, it's about, oh no, it's going to be too much work, it's going to be too much administration. And that's where we're going to need also support also from local student unions and the ESN chapters and later on ESN International as well. Everyone will have to come together to make this a reality if we want to fight for better conditions for mobile students and that they can afford. And I know the commission is sitting next to me and looking at me like that, but that's but the reality is yeah, we do need more funding into that if we want to make sure that mobility is available for everyone, just as the slogan for the new learning mobility framework is that it has to be a norm. It cannot be something privileged and exclusive. And we have to work on that as well together to assure that we find the best solution. And yes, I'm very glad you brought up this question because it is painful and no one really wants to talk about it, but it's out there and we can't ignore it and hope it's going to disappear, because it's not. And I mean, Finland is not even periphery, but just to get across, well, the other option is go to Tallinn and try the other route, but Rail Baltica coming maybe 2026. We've been promised that for 30 years.
Just to tell you, the grant levels on average in Europe are moving up every year. But of course,
they're moving fast enough.
Yeah, that's another question.
Johannes, very on point, because you are the data master. So the commission did
here. Latest, this is a bit off topic, but since we're discussing it, latest available average grant is the one from 2020, 374. Can you tell us what is the average now? Because it's not in the annual report, more or less, how much has increased, just out of curiosity.
We haven't published the data yet. Let's say we could include it in the 2022 Erasmus Plus final report at the end of the year. But I can tell you, well, I looked at the data internally, and well, on average, of course, it's moving up quite a lot. But there's lots of disparities as well. Some major countries have low or average monthly grant rates because they want to send out a lot of people. So it's not easy. Well, you know, there's a fixed amount of the EU budget for 7 years. We also encourage national governments to supplement funds. One country uses ESF funds from the European Social Fund, Germany, and they increased the grant quite significantly, I have to say as well, beyond the 500 euros per month on average. So yeah, there are different solutions, no magic solutions, but we, for a solution, we are of course encouraging countries to move up. And we talked about, addressed it this week with national agencies as well.
Fantastic, colleagues. We need to wrap it up because lunch is waiting for us. We'll want to take some fresh air. But it was a really interesting discussion. We discussed the importance of synergies. We discussed the importance of these communities of practice. The importance also, I could say, for all of us to learn more about different things that the Commission is doing. I think that the Education for Climate Coalition is a fantastic initiative, and also the work of the Joint Research Center. I would like to use the opportunity to say that we support stronger involvement of the Joint Research Center in general and implementation of Erasmus with interactions like this, so it's really, really good. To listen also to the importance of accountability, new measures. Also, Katrina reminded us that in the end, the financial support is fundamental to be able to make the transition. And Johannes, like the broad range of tools that Erasmus now has, and the importance of getting involved in implementation of those tools, even as you say, in some cases, not only about financial incentives, but about cultural changes that we can see when it comes to the learning outcomes, and hopefully through these communities of practice, through these projects, we can start that process and create momentum. So thank you very much, everyone, and now we go for lunch. Yes.
Just to say, well, the lunch is served here. Here there are the sandwiches called Hello, thank you for coming back here after lunch. Thank you. Now you will see that I cannot move that much because we have some technical, complex cables, wires. I don't know how to explain this. So I will stay still, I will try not to move. And I will appreciate your understanding if this online intervention is going to be more than hybrid, let's say. So for in and out issues, we cannot speak from the room to our speaker, but he can actually speak to us, so we can hear him. So the idea is to join a Slido. So while he's speaking, you can prepare your questions, and then he will read your questions and reply to them because we can hear him apparently. So yeah, so I invite you to scan the code or to encode this code on slido.com. And then you can prepare your questions and we're going to reply to them afterwards. Now we're going to have Federico Biaggi, team leader at the Joint Research Center in the unit Industrial Strategy, Skills and Technology Transfer. Federico has been leading a team of GRC researchers conducting empirical analysis in the area of human capital and education. Federico is working on the follow-up of the Green Comp together with DGEAC, and is working on how the Green Comp can be applied concretely. So now I will switch off this mic. I will talk to him by chat, and then he should talk soon. Thank you.
There you go.
Hello to everyone. I hope you can see the slides and you can hear me properly. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's joining today, physically and also remotely. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I will be presenting Green Comp, which is short for the European Sustainability Competence Framework. As you probably know, I work in the Joint Research Center, which is part of the European Commission. It's the research part of the European Commission. And my unit is based mostly in Seville, but also in ISPA, in Italy, and in Brussels. So, starting from Green Comp. So Green Comp is a bit of the history, basically. It's part of the EU actions on sustainability. As you might know, on the 16th of June 2022, the proposal for a Council recommendation on learning for environmental sustainability was actually approved. And what is particularly interesting for us and for you is the fact that accompanying the Council recommendation, there is a staff working document where you can find more details because the Council recommendation is more a political document, while the staff working document is really more analytical. You will get the slides, so you will be able to find the links to all these documents here. But what more relevant for us is Green Comp. And Green Comp is a competence framework, and I will explain in a minute what the competence framework is. Here you have the link to the English version, but also the link to the 24 other languages versions that are available. And finally, there is an interesting initiative called the Education for Climate Coalition, and we will come back to that at the end, because it's really useful to see after you have been informed a bit about the Green Comp, that is the competence framework itself. So what is the objective of Green Comp? The objective of Green Comp is to identify a set of sustainability competences, and I'll come back in a second what I mean with that, that could fit into education and training programs. And the goal here is to help learners, and also teachers, I would say here, to develop knowledge, skills, and attitudes that promote ways to think, plan, and act with empathy, with responsibility, and with care for planet and more generally for public health, which is more of a human-related issue. So the concept of sustainability, it's really not a simple one, in the sense that there are many different definitions of what sustainability means. We can generally think that sustainability, and here I'm looking at the methodology where we get to the refinement of the concept, that sustainability is really a broad concept which encompasses different dimensions. There is certainly an environmental one, but there's also social and cultural and economic one, and they're all interrelated. And in fact, one of the points of the framework here is that the framework should look at all these, and especially at the relationship between them. Now here, just on the way this was developed, you can see here that the work started in the third quarter of 2020 with initial basically desk research, scoping studies, existing studies, and then which then led to a first proposal, which was then used for a first expert workshop, and with the feedback of the workshop, there was a proposal revision. Then we developed the knowledge, skills, and attitudes part, and then the second expert workshop, and then the refinement, and then the stakeholder workshop at the end of October 2021, and finally the competence framework was published in January 2022. So basically you can see it's a long process, and stakeholders and experts have been involved from the beginning. And it has received quite a relevant and wide consensus. It's basically, for those of you who are not aware what the competence framework is, it's basically a definition of areas, and then within areas of competences that, in this case, learners and possibly teachers also should have in the different competence areas. So in the specific case of Green Comp, we have 4 competence areas. They're called embodying sustainability values, embracing complexity and sustainability, envisioning sustainable futures, and acting for sustainability. The point here is to go from values to understanding the complexity, thinking about the future, and finally acting. And this is extremely important, because without the action, none of the rest will become useful for the planet or for human beings. And in terms of competences, each competence area has 3 competences. So under the embodied sustainability values, we have value sustainability, supporting fairness, promoting nature, and so on. So it's kind of probably, I really don't have time now to go to each of these, but the interesting thing is that it doesn't stop there. And notice some of these issues are really specific, I would say, for the environment, while others are more general. So, for instance, under the values, promoting nature is clearly an environmental specific value, while fairness is a more general issue. And systems thinking and critical thinking and problem framing, which you find under embracing complexity, these are not necessarily only specific to sustainability, environmental sustainability. And the same applies to some of them in the remaining competence areas. Now, when we move to having a kind of a broad view of the framework, the important part to understand is that these competence areas and then specific competences are not sequential, they are interrelated, and the numbers only are used to refer to them. And what is important is that all of them need to be developed. Now, it's also clear that given that these are broad competences, then they should be declined, they should be applied, adapted to the specific circumstances of for instance, of the level of education. So higher education is something, while primary education is something completely different, and on the learner needs. And this is clearly important in terms of higher education and Erasmus participation, clearly. Now, we have seen there are 4 competence areas. We have seen that there are 12 competences, 3 per area. Now, what is interesting is that for each competence, we have a descriptor. So, for instance, value and sustainability, the descriptor is to reflect on personal values, identify and explain how values vary among people and over time, while critically evaluating how they align with sustainability values. And then what is even more interesting is that then for each of these, for each descriptor, we have 5 knowledge, 5 skills, and 5 attitude statements per competence. And this is the level at which we get to the ground. That is, we define how this specific competence should be brought into something that is applicable in terms of either knowledge, skills, or attitude. So, for instance, in terms of knowledge, one knows the main values and principles underpinning socioeconomic models. In skills, is can evaluate issues and actions based on sustainability values and principles. Attitude is willing to share and clarify views on sustainable values. So basically, this is how it goes from a very abstract concept to the reality and practice. And so this is basically what I just give you using a different descriptor. In this case is value sustainability, it's same competence, but the descriptor is a different one. So in this case is the on personal values. Okay, you can find it here. You can find it here just in a nutshell, but then if you go to the report, you will find much more, obviously. In terms of, and now I'll try to go fast here, in terms of competence areas, the first one is about sustainability values. And the 3 main competences are reflecting and confronting on values and worldviews in addition to sustainability. Then it's supporting intra and intergenerational equity and justice, which is a general statement, but not necessarily for nature. And promoting views that humans are only part of nature, and so focus on preservation and restoration of nature. And we look at embracing complexity and sustainability. We have three competences. One is system thinking, which is promoting system thinking in terms of identifying connections and interaction, and then use critical thinking to encourage, to assess information and challenge things that are not sustainable, and then framing challenges as sustainability problems. So think of problems in terms of sustainability, which is the problem framing part. Envision sustainable futures. So here it's really about imagining alternative futures, and then think about the steps to get there, how to get there. And then acquire adaptability to cope with uncertainty and the trade-offs, so be ready to adapt and react. And then exploratory thinking is really about playing with creative and transdisciplinary approaches for a circular economy and society. And this is certainly relevant for higher education. As for acting for sustainability, which is the last one, but possibly one of the most important one, is demanding accountability and actions to those responsible. This corresponds to the political agency part. In terms of collective action, it's really about shaping collective actions in relation to collective futures. And at the individual level, encouraged to take action at the individual level in order to improve the sustainability of individual behavior. Now, in a nutshell, and wrapping up, competences are interrelated. So when you focus on one, all the others come into play. And actually there are 2 use cases in the GRC report that I recommend you, where you can see how all the 12 competences interplay. And as for the way forward, we think that GreenComp offers a common ground to all the users on sustainability competences, is a conceptual model, and needs to be adapted to the specific contents. Now, interestingly, to help those who are interested, there is basically a coalition. It's called the Education for Climate Coalition, which is supported by DGA and by the JRC, which in a minute I will tell you more, which is basically there to support the institutions and the people that want to actually implement GreenComp. And within the Education for Climate Commission, there is a GreenComp community practice. Here you have the link, and you can participate to the community practice, raising your issues, and there are meetings and so on. Here there are also mentioned 2 Horizon projects, which actually have the focus on how to take up GreenComp. Now, as for the GreenComp community, basically, here you can use the QR code if you want to link to the community, and it's actually an interesting place if you want to know more about how different education levels are actually trying to put in practice all the messages that are coming from GreenComp. I hope I've been clear enough, and I thank you for your attention, and here is my email address in case you want to reach me. Thanks again.
Just to say everyone I think was satisfied with your presentation, so you got to round close. So now we can go as per the script. So we will go back to the slide with you as well, so you can read the questions and reply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to the audience. I hope that let them know that they appreciated the presentation, and hopefully, more importantly, they appreciated the content of GreenComp. So I can see a couple of questions here at this stage. A student association involved in creating GreenComp. I'm sure that they were involved, but I was not involved in that part of the process. So I don't know which one, but I can certainly try to ask the people who dealt with that stage of the process. Now, the second question, practical steps do you think need to be taken for educational institutions to start using the framework in assessments? Now, this is a very important question, and we are actually taking it very seriously in the sense that we're together with DGA, which is responsible for from the policy side, but also together with some players, we are trying to build knowledge on this. In fact, we are developing case studies because we want to better understand how to assess all this. Because you can clearly see that one thing is to write things on paper in terms of normative aspects that people should knowledge that they should have, skills that they should acquire, and attitudes that they should develop. Fine, but then to check whether actually this is happening or not only whether this is happening or not, it's also how do you get it happen, because there are different methodological avenues that you can follow, like different. For instance, should you have a course on sustainability, or should you simply make sure that all the relevant courses have a part on sustainability? So I don't have an answer. Okay, I don't have an answer right now on the practical steps, but what I can tell you is that that's exactly our focus right now, and hopefully in 6 months from now, I should be able to provide you an answer to that question, and it won't be a public answer in the sense that at that stage the report on the case studies will be presented. And now I'm not sure I can understand the next questions. How would you suggest that in, for example, projects such as Green Erasmus, we identify how we teach these competences? So the point here is, in my view, is try to understand how the Erasmus experience can improve the environmental or green competences of learners and potentially also of professors and institutions, because there is also an institutional component here. So there are different ways in which this can happen, in the sense that, first of all, universities in this case, might start to become much more aware of all the environmental impacts of the actions of teachers, learners, and institutions, and hence promote. And promote for everyone, not just for the Erasmus students. Now, when that happens, an incoming Erasmus student might be able to be exposed, will be exposed to a set of suggestions, rules, behaviors that will definitely and hopefully have an impact also on the way that person behaves. So this should be developed at the level of the institution. In terms of courses, no, this is more delicate in the sense that you know that universities are free to decide the content of courses. University teachers and professors are free. So I don't think there is a unique way in which you can teach this. I think that something that could be very interesting to see is to monitor and try to understand whether students that come in Erasmus do actually acquire additional green competences relative to when they started. Now, when this is clear, if you go, for instance, from a country where the cultural attitude towards sustainability is not particularly strong, and you move to, let's say, northern European countries where these issues are much more present, then simply because you're exposed to a climate, different climate, and not meteorological climate, I mean, but a different cultural climate, you would see an impact. But then, additional on this, you could see an impact coming from the policies put in place by the universities. So how are you planning to evaluate if students actually acquire those competencies? This is exactly the point, because how do you assess and understanding? Remember, the competences are a combination of many things, but basically, if you boil it down to three, it's knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Now, knowledge, okay, I can test it because I can always try assuming that universities allow us to test and so on. But basically, you can test whether people have competences. In fact, this is already done with service and PISA. But then the problem becomes, how do I assess skills, which really means applied knowledge, and that's not so easy. And attitudes are even more difficult. Again, there are questions in PISA that are meant to capture attitudes and skills, but it's not easy at all. So ideally, we would like to have an objective measure, but that's not always easy. So one possibility, as was suggested here, is to use a self-assessment tool. And self-assessment can be, it's probably the way that it's more feasible now. Now, the point is, we should try to have a self-assessment that is at least consistent across different levels of education in different countries. Not that each educational institution self-assesses green company in its own way, because then we have really no way to compare how things are happening. Interestingly is how can students and student organizations push the educational institution to implement the framework? Now, good point. I think that one possible way is give us a few months so that we collect evidence on how different institutions in Europe are implementing green com. And so we basically learn what's working and what's less working, what seems to be more effective, And then we can come up with suggestions, and then at that stage it would be, I guess, not so much the GRC, but more DGR or the national authority responsible for higher education to get together with the senior organization and make sure that that the individual universities and students are informed. Now, this is an area where really consensus should not be too difficult to build because it's so important and so I would say across political, and it moves really across political areas. So, but what we can do is support with evidence, not too much more. Now, 2023 is the European Year of Skills, and in general, apart from the fact that people, when we talk about skills, they mean different things. They don't always mean the same. When I think of skills, I think of basically the ability of people, first, the knowledge they have and their ability to apply in concrete situations. And those concrete situations could be fixing the car or doing brain surgery. You know, it could be anything, or being able to develop a computer program if you are a computer programmer. So basically, the point is being able to transform knowledge into something that it's applicable. Now, in economics, we call this often human capital. That's what a funny name that we use because of our tradition in physical and thinking about physical capital. But the point is, are we in Europe at a stage where we can think we are satisfied with the current level of skills? Okay, assuming that you agree with my definition. Well, the evidence says that no, we should not be very satisfied, and that's why also we have a European Year of Skills. And interestingly, this is not. It's a problem that it's across generations. Right? It's not something that it's only for the new students. It's an issue that it applies to different generations. Now, what does it mean in terms of policies? It means that if I have to act with respect to different generation, I need to use different skills. So if I'm thinking that jobs are changing and some jobs are basically redundant now, and I need to upskill, reskill people who are holding jobs which are no longer in demand, well then that part will have to be dealt with by training, which is a different issue. It's not education only, it's really about training, adult training, on-the-job training. So then the point becomes, what are the skills that I can teach to adults which probably lost some of their willingness or capacity to learn in a way that I raise their motivation and also their willingness to look for jobs, different jobs. Now, for students, it's a whole different thing. So I need to set up a set of policies, different policies for different targets, and hopefully make it right. And that's not an easy thing, because you see, when you're thinking about education, you're thinking about investing in people who will get to the job market maybe 5-10 years from now. So you're making a bet, because you're thinking, okay, which are the skills I should invest today, which will be in high demand 10 years from now. And then if everyone goes in that area, maybe there's going to be high demand, there's going to be excess supply. So you see, it's really a delicate issue, and I see it as an informational issue. That is, how do we identify the skills that will be mostly relevant in the labor market 5-10 years from now? No one really knows. So you need to put together different people with different perspectives and try to find what is the strategy that maximizes the chances that you get it right, knowing that you will not get it right 100%. So you will have to adapt later on anyway. So I hope I was able to respond to your questions here, which I find very, very interesting and very, very up to the point. Now, to me, this is really a challenging and extremely interesting area of work. Because we're thinking about the future, we're thinking about people, we're thinking how to make life of future generations better, not only for them, but also for everyone else, also the older ones. So it's looking into the future, and now hopefully with your support we'll get a better chance to get it right. And we'll do our part anyway. So I really thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your flexibility, also for arranging this. It was really nice. Really think the most of our house. I think a big round of applause to Annie. She makes me a because the room is not set up with video conference.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I hope we the opportunity to work together and contribute in the future. Thank you very much. Bye.
My pleasure. Have a good day. Bye.
Probably has aircon.
Good. We survived.
I survived. This was the moment of the day with the highest tension for me because I'm afraid of technology. I think you got it. Thanks, Annie, again. You heard a lot about competencies, and we'll talk about competence again with the next two speakers. We have Vasiliki Tsaklidou and Rachel Drayson. Vasiliki Tsaklidou, my Greek. Tsaklidou, I hope it's correct, works as project officer and junior trainer at the European Students' Union. She works with European projects on higher education and is active on capacity building and training of young people. And then we'll have Rachel Drayson, Head of Research and Impact at Students Organizing for Sustainability International, SOS UK, the acronym you heard many times today. She leads the management, design, implementation, and delivery of project and evaluation, of research and evaluation projects. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, and thank you for being here in this hot day in Brussels. I would also like to thank you for being here for the last official event of this beautiful project, Green Erasmus. And in that sense, I would like to thank ESN for putting so much hard work and loving energy to make this happen. For all the consortium, all the people who were working. So I'm here to speak about one of the outcomes of Green Erasmus, and that is the educational framework for environmental sustainability in the curricula. So the goal of this and the focus of this outcome was to bring awareness on environmental sustainability in higher education institutions. So actually it reaches very beautifully with what the speaker for GreenCom was talking and the perspective on higher education institutions. And the way we did this is by bringing into the discussion tools and methods that already are being used or can be used to include the topic of environmental sustainability in the curricula. So the content of this outcome is, the final, as you will see, is a report. This report consists of three things. The European Students' Union conducted a desk research to find out a little bit the state of play, what is happening in higher education institutions right now, what are the competencies that the universities are trying to implement in their curricula, what steps are they taking. So it was gathering knowledge from all over Europe on what is happening right now. Then what else we did is that we interviewed higher education institutions, staff, teaching or administrative staff that work in implementation of environmental sustainability in the curricula. And then we had the competencies mapping, which I'm not going to explain because our colleague from SOS UK, Rachel, will go into detail. And all this will be compiled in a report which is soon to be published. It's right now to the designer of the project to become beautiful, so it's user-friendly, and it will become accessible at the website of the project. So I'm going to talk about, since we're talking about competencies, I feel that it makes sense if we concentrate, if I concentrate my talk today about the interviews that I had with higher education institutions. I had 5 case studies, 5 interviews with 5 different universities in Romania, in Latvia, in Germany, in Belgium, and in Norway. As you can see, in Norway, I did not find any staff that was willing to talk, and I would like to stress out how difficult it was for me to find people and staff, people working, employees, or rectors, or any other position in higher education institutions that were willing to talk about this. So maybe it's also part of the discussion that it's still an uncomfortable topic for many universities. We talked about motivations, we talked about what is the progress so far, what has been done in implementing education and sustainable development in the curriculum. I also asked them about their approaches, their methodologies, what they have been doing so far and how is it working, and what is the impact, the expected but also the actual impact on students and on teaching staff. So what I came to realize is that all universities were talking about competencies on sustainable development as 21st century skills. Students are asking for these skills because they know they are aligned with their future, they know it's part of their priorities, it's aligned with the job market, they know that this is absolutely necessary for their future. Also, many of the universities and also many of the students, because some of the staff were students, both working and studying at the universities, they told us that they associate a lot these competencies with European citizenship as itself. And the process is ongoing. In all of these universities that I interviewed, the process of implementing education and sustainable development is happening. And there are multiple ways that it is happening. They develop analytical frameworks to facilitate the transition towards different study programs. They educate and train their teaching staff. They do workshops for students themselves. They offer alternative pathways for students to gain more knowledge. They have complementary trajectories, so extra ECTS that you can get if you follow a trajectory. But it was also associated with a lot of challenges. There were funding-related challenges, problems related to support from administration or from the university on a top level. There is the resistance from many staff members, so many teaching staff say that we don't need this and I'm already doing a very good job. And one of the main issues that they were referring to is that it takes a lot of personal effort from students and from teaching staff as well to make this happen, and it's still not completely institutionalized. So the overall impression on education, on sustainable development, it is a priority for the European universities. What we realized is that it came up that it is indeed a priority. Universities want to implement education and sustainable development. Because it is recognized as an opportunity. You can implement interdisciplinary learning, you can decolonize the learning process and knowledge and bring alternative perspectives. You can harmonize the study programs with the needs of the students and the society that we live in right now. You can engage into active citizenship discussions, and you can take into consideration more deeply and more profoundly issues of equality, diversity, and inclusion. So this process looks different in all these universities because they have different focus, different background, different history, different priorities, different study programs. Some have a more institutionalized approach, some have diverse resources, some people do not have access to these resources. Sometimes the initiative comes from the students and sometimes from the institutions themselves. And we want to bring this forward and compile all this information into this framework that we designed, because we hope that this will be a useful perspective and tool for teaching staff all over Europe to go about this process and bring education and sustainable development as a more integral part of this process of making education on sustainable development something central in education nowadays, in higher education at least. So that was in a nutshell the part how we have been working on this framework. So now I will yield the floor to Rachel from SOS UK, and she will be talking a little bit more about the competencies mapping that the Green Erasmus program did. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Lily. So yeah, I'm going to pick up on the final aspect of this output, sorry, too many wires here, which was the competence mapping. So just before we get on to talking a bit more detail about what we did, and Federico did actually share, I think maybe this slight alteration of this definition, but just as a reminder of what we're talking about when we're using the phrase competence. So sustainability competence is something that empowers learners to embody sustainability values, embrace complex systems in order to take or repress action that restores and maintains ecosystem health, enhances justice, generates visions for sustainable futures. So really it's about having that kind of knowledge, values and skills that facilitate the achievement of sustainability. So coming on from the presentation of the Green Comp, that is just kind of one framework that exists for sustainability competences, and there are actually kind of quite a vast number of different frameworks, and some of them are well aligned, and some have different views on what competences should be promoted through education. So our map is not designed to kind of replace or compete with those. It's more as a resource for educators or people at the start of that journey of engaging with sustainability competences, to introduce them to the wide spectrum of different competencies, as well as signposting to resources that will support them in embedding those competencies within their teaching and learning activities. So in terms of the process that we took, we also started off with a literature review, identifying and reviewing some key academic sources. So things like the Green Comp and UNESCO also has a competency framework for sustainability, but there's quite a lot of academic research in the field of education for sustainable development, where individual academic researchers have also proposed their own framework. So we looked at a whole range of different sources and generated a really long list of different competencies. And then to make it slightly more user-friendly, we then went through a process of categorization and prioritization. So we used something called the head, heart and hands model to do that categorization. That was something that was put forward by educational researcher called David Orr. I'll touch on that in a bit more detail in the next slide. But we used that to kind of group the different competencies according to these kind of head, heart and hands categories. And within that, we then looked at what the most commonly proposed competencies were within each of the three categories, to kind of come up with a short list, not necessarily that we are saying these are the things that you have to be taught or have to learn how to do, but this is what the research and kind of authors in working in this area are more commonly putting forward as the really key aspects of sustainability competencies. So the final stage in the process, to make it kind of a really useful resource for educators and students, was to identify some resources that enable the kind of understanding in a bit more detail of each of these competencies. So they're kind of academic journal articles, but also kind of more user-friendly resources like videos and online courses and things like that that people might be interested in. So coming back to the head, heart, hands model, this kind of describes in a kind of high-level summary of what the different categories can be named as. So head, this is the ways of thinking and planning. Heart is your values and your beliefs, and hands is kind of ways of acting and doing. And these three elements were originally kind of put forward as things that educational experiences should incorporate to be really transformational in terms of the experience for learners. So we felt they were really appropriate categories to use for the kind of categorization of the different competencies that we came across. So in terms of the commonly proposed competencies, so as I said, there's kind of a really long list in each of these categories. But these are the ones that were put forward much more frequently by researchers and authors working in this area. I won't go through all of these in detail because I think I would be up here for another 10, 15 minutes maybe, but as Lucy said, we are hopefully publishing this report in the next few weeks, so you'll be able to read in a bit more detail about each of these different competencies when that's published. As you can see, there's quite a lot of similarity between this and some of the things that Federico was talking about in the Green Hub, which I guess is kind of encouraging to see that a lot of thinking in this area now is starting to become a bit more aligned. But yeah, hopefully this is a good set of resources for people who are kind of starting their journey and looking at sustainability competences. Just as an example, not sure why that suddenly decided to show separately, but this is just an example of the resources that we've identified for each of the competencies that were really commonly proposed. So some of them are other kind of Erasmus Plus or EU funded projects. So the one at the top was all around empathy, comes from this project called Around a Sense of Purpose. And it's quite show here that this is linked to a series of kind of teaching resources for educators in order to help them understand how to incorporate that competence within their activities with students in the classroom. There's a video on what a communication competence is, and also helping educators understand a bit more about how that might be redefined and how they might incorporate it in their teaching. And finally, this is an example of systems thinking. So it's actually an online course that is run by the Open University in the UK. So it would be appropriate for either educators or students themselves to, if they wanted to develop that competence in a bit more detail. So the final stage in the mapping process was also to look at pedagogies. For anyone who's come across that word before, I hadn't before I started working in education, and sustainability is basically a teaching method. So we looked at what the teaching methods were that are, again, commonly proposed in a way that they help students develop the sustainability competencies. We didn't categorise these because that kind of model doesn't necessarily fit so nicely with the pedagogies, but it was the same approach. So we started off with a literature review, generating a long list of all different types of teaching methods and pedagogies, and then identified which ones people were kind of pushing forward a lot more commonly. Although kind of a lot of the work in this area suggests that there's no kind of real correct pedagogy, there are kind of characteristics that people say that they should involve. So these are that they should be learner-centred, action-orientated and transformative in terms of their experience for learners. The most commonly proposed pedagogies that we did come across, it's a shorter list here, the four that we came across most often were problem or project-based learning, and this is something that involves learning through real-world problems, usually in small groups. Simulation and role play was another thing that was really commonly proposed, and this is kind of a range of approaches that sit under that umbrella that involve students adopting the identities of different stakeholders and kind of acting out a scenario to understand things from the perspectives of the stakeholder that they are adopting the identity of. Service learning is a form of experiential learning, so students interact and tackle projects or problems in their communities. Often this might be within the university itself, so it's a really good way for students and their institution to collaborate and students to come up with solutions to sustainability problems that institutions are facing. And the final one is case studies, which students work with kind of really detailed sets of information or accounts and discuss and reflect the information that they're using. So there's quite a lot of similarity between those different pedagogies in terms of kind of what students are being asked to do. But yeah, these are seen as kind of four distinct teaching methods. So finally, we also looked at some kind of resources to support educators and students if they wanted to understand a bit more about these pedagogies. So within each of the commonly identified approaches, we've researched a list of different websites, journal articles, videos, courses that will help people understand a bit more about what that entails, and so that they can start embedding that into their practices. I think that's the last slide. So I was just going to put the website up. So yeah, the project website will host the report and we're publishing it in the next few weeks.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Vasiliki. Do you have any questions for them? Yes. Where is the mic?
Hi, yeah. I had a question about sustainability frameworks in general. So it's great to see that there's progress in frameworks on competences related to sustainability and like looking into how we could teach these competences. Naturally, you first need to understand what would be defined as sustainability to research how you can teach those topics. So I was wondering, is there a specific framework you use to define sustainability in terms of SDGs or like three-pillar approach, or is there any type of framework you use for that?
Oops. Sorry.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I guess there's obviously the well-known Brundtland definition, which a lot of institutions use, and it kind of does incorporate those different elements. And I think kind of the SDGs expand on that. But I think most often we find that kind of universities kind of adopt their own definition. I guess maybe, I don't know, I've definitely been in scenarios where the attention gets so focused on what the definition is that the action kind of falls by the wayside. So in my view, like the actual precise definition isn't so important. It's more of like, given the kind of times of crisis that we're in with climate change, the action side of things is a bit more important if I'm just giving my personal perspective. So I think having a loose agreement about what everyone's striving for is kind of the main thing, rather than getting to the nitty-gritty of whether SDGs is right or Brundtland definition is right, that kind of thing.
I would also like to add that the perspective of the higher education institutions, the focus really changes depending on what the higher education institution itself sets as a priority. For example, technical universities tend to have a more technical view on sustainability as well. They focus more, for example, on how to tackle climate change, on practical solutions, while other institutions that are more focused on humanities, they engage the social aspect as well, and they talk more, for example, my university in the end takes it more holistically, and it includes gender equality, zero poverty, and all the other SDGs, for example. So it really depends, but as Rachel said, we did not focus so much on agreeing on one single definition as we more want to see on these different aspects and perspectives on sustainability what is actually happening. I think I saw a question right behind.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. So my question is regarding the case studies that you've done with those 5 universities. So of course there are differences depending on the focus of each university, but I think some things can be like kind of a basis for everything, like how they engage with the students on such topics. So can you give us maybe a bit more of an insight about how they, like across those 5 universities, did you feel like there are striking differences in how they engage with students on the topics, or were there a lot of synergies?
I would say that the interesting thing, as I said also in the presentation, is that a lot of what is happening is an initiative by the students. So we have reached the point where students start to demand, in quotation marks, these movements from their institutions, from their faculties, from their study programs. So a lot of what is happening is student-led. And I would say the common thing that I saw in the case studies was that they still feel uncomfortable with the aspect of making ESD is the acronym for Educational Sustainable Development, making ESD something integral and obligatory. Like whether you study psychology, philosophy, engineering, or ocean studies, or whatever, you have to have an aspect of sustainability, because it is recognized as an overarching goal of academia and of science. So that was something that I heard from all of the institutions, that we feel uncomfortable, and it's still, as I said, is based on personal effort. So if a professor or an academic staff feels that they want to bring this aspect, they do. There are some study programs that, because of their nature, are more prone to take sustainable pathways. There are even sustainable development masters that you can take. Of course, there it is a prevalent element. But as an overarching goal of education on higher education institutions, it's still an uncomfortable topic. And this is a very interesting perspective, because they face a lot of obstacles from the higher education institutions themselves, but also where they get the funding from, whether they're public institutions or they're private. So there is a lot to tackle there, and that's why I say it is a specific about institutions, and also even the 5 case studies that I managed to get are from these specific countries, and we have another how many in the European continent, which have their own struggles and their own contexts, and you know.
That's the last one.
I'm too good today. This is the last one, sorry.
I have a question about the survey. I wanted to ask if it comes like when you interviewed universities, having like, for example, an office which in charge just of the green aspect of the university, is it something positive, or is something that in a sort of way isolate the intervention of the universities? Does these offices really collaborate with all the other offices of the university, or is something that remain there, is a job that they do but without involving, for example, the international development offices, student mobility offices?
Yeah, actually, that is a very interesting question. And while you were posing your question, I was reflecting on my university. And indeed, it becomes like this hub where students can go and make their point about sustainability. And it's completely non-mandatory, and it's based on voluntary effort. So it could be said that this makes it more difficult for sustainability to become an integral part, but I do believe that their presence in higher education institutions is important, because, for example, I had the opportunity to learn a lot through my green office that my trajectory might not have taught me. So in that sense, it depends on how you look at it, because I understand it, and I do agree with you that it can get the focus from where the real problem is by having these separate green offices instead of really implementing it throughout in macro and micro level in the universities. But at the same time, they can be a hub for discussions and initiatives which are obviously important. And that is also what I heard from the interviews, especially when I was talking to students who were working at the university, that green offices were their entry point to a lot of opportunities and perspectives that their study programs did not offer. So in that sense,
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Another round of applause, please. Well, we are approaching the end, almost, of today. And now we open this part of the conference with some examples of outreach activities to see what students, a great part of our audience today, can do on the ground. And we will do this together with Wim, Katarina, and Kelly. Wim Gabriels is the director of the Erasmus Student Network. He has a thorough experience in project management of European level projects, yes, I confirm, and a deep understanding of the educational landscape in Europe.
Active in the field of diversity and inclusion, community engagement, WIM strives to make internationalization of education contribute to society. Go WIM.
Oh, all right. So we're going to talk a little bit more about one of the parts of the project that focuses more on, okay, we talked a lot about the mobilities, the experiences of students, and the previous discussion was about how to ingrain it into the education. Now we're talking more about, okay, what is it that students, while they're on exchange, while they're on mobility, can do as a volunteer, engaging with the local community. So we wanted to work on creating a guideline, manuals on doing more outreach initiatives. So that was the goal, is to encourage sustainable behavior during their exchanges, whether it's through the mobility experiences and how they travel, but also what they do on the ground and how they reach out to local communities, ensuring that people interact with local communities on the topic of sustainable development. So we put this all together in the Green Erasmus Guidelines for environmental sustainable activities during mobility exchanges. It's a long title, but what it means is, okay, what can students do while they're on exchange to contribute to the local community and doing volunteer activities. This is a learning by doing activity. One of the examples that were mentioned before, that student-centered, right, is quite important. It is possible for any organization to kind of set it up, and it focuses on making links with how can we, as for example, student-led organizations, engage with organizations that are working on environmental associations. Later, Kelly will talk about the green offices. We had some examples from Ashley as well. So it is important that when student associations engage with this topic, we acknowledge that we're not always the expert in the environmental topics, and that's fine. What we know is how we can engage students in these topics, and we can bridge with those associations to actually improve the student experience, but also perhaps have a positive impact on the local community, or less of an environmental impact during their exchange in the local community. Now, the guidelines tackle different types of areas, whether it's sport and outdoors activities, getting to know better the nature, the culture, how to do different activities in a more environmental friendly way, more topics related to awareness or activism, and also topics related to responsible consumption. There's different types of activities mentioned, whether it's through different events, workshops, campaigns, or volunteering, so actual outreach activities. And we always try to connect them to the different environmental objectives that there are, and ultimately also in the portal to, for example, a set of SDGs that we believe are connected to these goals. We have a centralized reporting mechanism. Everybody in ESN has heard of it before. Activities.esn.org will also show one of the latest features that we have done, gathering together all of the Green Erasmus examples. Now, the examples of the activity guidelines showcase here, for example, how you can do the bike tour. It always has this information about which objectives are there, what type of learning we would expect students to have. I don't know how sharp it is, but you can always go to the website and check it out. And then also, for example, which environmental considerations should be made. So it's a very technical tips and tricks on how do you make sure that you don't make mistakes in these kind of things. We were talking about it before, planting trees. At one point, I was hearing a speech from an environmental scientist saying, yeah, but actually, like, squirrel activities are better because they're more natural than actually planting a row of trees. So having, these activities where you plant seeds and where you plant more different things, like and as they call it, squirrel, because squirrels bury their seed and then whatever nature decides kind of grows up, has this thing, and it's interesting to have this kind of reflections on, okay, what are the best ways of doing this kind of activities. And then there are some practical tips and tricks, and also some examples of activities organized by other local organizations or the sector that has been working on them. How did we operationalize this? So I think there's something wrong with the image, but okay. We had several different training activities at several events that were already being organized, because we don't want to have trainings that would encourage more travel, you know, inside the Green Erasmus project. So we went to existing events and actually did several sessions on those, but also a call online with different outreach activities for the local organizations. We had micro-funding, so local organizations could apply for smaller grants to do different outreach activities. And we also wanted this to encourage people to do outreach activities beyond what was possible through the microfunding and implement them on the ground. Now we're going to get one example from Katarina. Perfect, great. From what they did in Zagreb as part of the microfunding.
Hello everyone, my name is Katarina, and before we start into the topic, I would like to give you a little bit of a background of Yes and Croatia in general. We talk a lot about aspects of green travel, which for us, the Croatia, it's a bit, I would not say impossible. I think that it is the same for a lot of Balkan countries, but it is a very unpleasant experience because the conditions of the trains are also not very nice. So I don't think that we can really promote green travel because students are aware of that and they will not decide to travel really green because they know it's not really manageable. I will give you my experience. The first time I traveled with a train was a few months ago when I was on my mobility in Spain going from Madrid to Pamplona, and I'm 24 years old. So I think that tells you a lot about the situation. So we kind of wanted to switch to something else, which is being more sustainable on your mobility and trying to switch the mentality maybe of the students. So that is why Yes in Zagreb, thanks to our activity manager, she was really pushing the sections to encourage them to apply for the mini grants. They applied for the mini grants with the project called Plans for Community. They were doing that project together with another student organization and together with the Center for Autism in Zagreb. And basically the main goal of that project was to teach participants about the food consumption, about how they can grow their own vegetables and fruits, and the gardening in general. So you can see that the goal also was to reduce carbon footprint, meat consumption, and food waste. How is that achievable? Very, very easily. If you have a garden, then you don't have to go to a store to buy packed vegetables and fruit. And you also kind of change the mindset that you know how you are growing the vegetables, and maybe to encourage them to shop locally and not to buy tomatoes that come from Spain and Croatia, for example. And they also taste very much better if you grow them in your own garden. This is the picture of the international students and the local volunteers together with the people from Center for Autism gardening. The gardening materials, I don't know if you know, but they are not very expensive. They were planting those materials in, you can see on the picture, those are garden beds, which means that they can be reused. So once the season is done, they can take the garden beds back to the house, to the basement, whenever you want to store them, and then take them and save them for the next season. As well, when you are planting, I don't know if any of you have a garden at your home, if you ever planted any fruits or vegetables. I come from a smaller city, so for us it's normal. When you are planting vegetables, let's say bell peppers. You have the seeds inside. So after you eat the vegetable, you take the seed and you left it for it to dry, which means that for the next season, you don't have to buy another prepackaged seeds, and you can take those seeds and plant it again. And they left all that garden beds and the vegetables and the seeds in the future that are gonna become from those vegetables to the Center for Autism. So they also, the local community has something from this project, and they can also have activity for them to do, because you need to take care of your vegetables once you seed them. So it is also nice activity for them to do, and to take it back to the future. After they were done with the activity, I said that we had another student organization. It was from Faculty of Science, Biology department, where their students held a short presentation about the gardening in general and the benefits of composting, and how you can build a compost at your own house. So even if you don't have opportunity to garden your vegetables, even though you can do it on your balcony in the pots, or herbs or vegetables, if you don't have the opportunity to do that, then you can make your own compost at home, which is also not very complicated to do. And that compost, again, you need to use to compost the fields before planting. So it is, the whole circle in general was kind of completed. And I would say that this is a long-term impact, because you have impact on the local community, on other student organizations, to kind of encourage them to do the similar activities, and maybe to change the mindset of the students that are of the incoming students. And maybe in the future they will be like, okay, you know, growing your own tomatoes and cucumbers, that is not a very hard thing to do. Maybe I want to do it when I go back home. So I think this is a nice example on how to engage not only with incoming students, but with the local community in general.
Thank you very much, Katarina. I think it's indeed a good example of what can be done on the ground to do one small seed of change, and that can be carried over time, and build the capacity of students in this sector. I think it's even interesting how you were, you know, like even educating us a little bit, you know, like on what is important in this mechanism. So thank you very much for the experience. And in the end, what we also try to do is gather all of these small activities, these activities that are happening on the ground, on one project page, where we gather all of the information. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to try and exit the screen and actually go to the website where we have gathered that all of the resources for the... Now I have to drag it to the other screen. See if it works. So on our activities portal, where we gather all of the information about the different initiatives that ESN is doing when it comes to activities, we have created the Green Erasmus page, where we have outlined a little bit what the project is about, but then we have highlighted mostly the resources that are available for local associations, and the guideline for environmental activities is here. And then we also have some counters to showcase how many activities were done with how many people in how many different locations, but you will also be able to see, okay, the different types of activities that were done. And now, if I click here on the activity, yes, you will see, for example, an activity that was organized by ESN Lisbon, where they outlined which objectives they had, what the goal of the activity was, what the description is, and some pictures, and then the system kind of links these objectives that they have set to the SDGs that are connected to that. So this is how we gather kind of all of the inputs that are given and the activities that are being done, gather all of the mechanisms and the reporting from the organizations to gather a better picture of what is happening on the ground. I'm going to try and close it, which is, yes, exactly. So this is kind of the circle of what we have done with the environmental activities that people can do, and we want more and more people, even if the project is finishing, to continue to use those resources, to continue to report these kind of green activities on the portal, so we can continue to see how many different activities that are being done by international students on the ground. Thank you very much, and I'm going to give the floor to...
Thank you very much, Wim, again. Okay, still outreach activities, what students can do on the ground. We have Kelly with us, Kelly Clays from SOS International. Kelly is project manager of Green Impact, a change and engagement program that encourages people to take simple actions on socioeconomic environmental issues at work, on campus and at home. She will tell us about the Green Office movement, and she was a ESN volunteer. Kelly.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kelly Kleis from SOS International, so Students Organizing for Sustainability. I'm actually the Green Impact project manager, which is another project than our Green Office movement. But I'm stepping in for my colleague Margie, who unfortunately couldn't be here. But I'll be happy. I've learned that there are some Green Offices present. Who is actually active in a Green Office currently? Okay, so few people. Okay, great. So I'll be happy to learn also from your perspectives if we have time after the presentation. First off, I would like to start with some research results. So I have a little quiz prepared for you. And the first question that we found out from conducting the SOS survey that was trying to learn more about the sustainability challenges in higher education institutions. It was conducted to higher education students, and we had a bit under 7,000 respondents. So these are the results from that survey from 2020. There were a large amount of people that agreed that sustainability development, or sustainable development, is something which all universities and colleges should actively incorporate and promote. How many people, or percentage-wise, do you think that is? Does anyone want to guess?
75.
75. Who says more than 75?
90%.
90? Who thinks less than 75? Actually, you were quite close. 92% agree on this. So we already see that this is very top of mind topic. Then, how many people, students, report low or no coverage of sustainable development concepts in their course curriculum? This is also something we've talked about before, that it's not always integrated yet in course curricula, so this is something we're trying to work on with the Green Office movement as well. How much do you think?
92.
92. That is not, or that is implemented?
No.
Not, okay. Who thinks less? Yeah, yeah, it's about 40%. Yeah, so. It was a worldwide study, and I think there were about, I don't want to pinpoint on the number, I think about 300 institutions involved, but I can refer to the exact details, like through the website you can find out more about which institutions. Yeah. So I guess that was surprising. Then, how many respondents say they're willing to accept a salary sacrifice to work for a company? It's a dangerous question, right? The outcome is like setting expectations. To work in a company with a good environmental and social record. Yes? 23, 70, okay, a lot of different opinions. 50-50, okay. Actually, quite a lot of people, apparently. Also says something maybe about the target group that we reached through the survey, right? And then the last one, when asked to identify the word that best describes their feelings about climate change and the future, how many people do you think are describing their sentiment as worried? 90 something, yeah. So in reality, 75%, sorry, say they're worried. So just to give a couple of numbers to start with to tap into, in the sense that these are also the worries and the challenges that we're trying to tackle in the Green Office movement. So the Green Office movement, the Green Office model, let's say, these are the main values that we are supporting. So there's leadership. We try to have students employ their green competences, their leadership competence in a safe environment where they can learn from each other, they're supported. We want to, of course, thrive for diversity, inclusion. We want to empower them through this community. There's transparency, resilience, and of course, self-development involved. So what is a Green Office concretely? It's a sustainability hub or platform where students and staff work together on the one hand, community engagement. So the community engagement where they inform, they connect, they support students and staff to act. It's based on three principles. So there's the bottom-up part. So there's the part where it's led by students, by a staff member or several staff members. But it also has a top-down support, right? Because all the actions that are implemented, all the projects, they are in line with the sustainability vision of the university. So there's a mandate that is given to them, there's funding, and so this is also to ensure that there's a legitimacy for the actions taken by the Green Office. And a third pillar is that it's open source, so that means that all other institutions can use the resources that are already at hand and adapt them to their own context of their higher education institution. So for example, there's an online course for starting green offices to learn how to advocate for opening a green office, very practical competences are taught, like how to start it up, how to recruit students, how to pitch a green office, and so on. And on the other hand, there is institutional change, where we try to have an impact on operations, curriculum as well, where sustainability is embedded in all curricula, as was mentioned before, not only in a few specific studies, and also governance. The main characteristics of a green office is, of course, the students. There are students that are at the core. They have an actual decisive part. There's ones implementing actions, taking a leadership role. Usually there's about 5 students in a green office. This can vary. Then a very important one, there's staff support. So this also ensures that there's a higher consistency rate, in the sense that students, they often come and go, but with a staff support, there's an actual person who can ensure that there's a knowledge transfer and a follow-up, and there's someone mandated to implement green office actions. There's student volunteers. So important to note, the students in the core team, they're also paid students, but then there's also a large part of volunteers, people who want to help out on certain actions and projects, but that don't want to take up necessarily a bigger engagement. So it's also something that makes it more, lowers the thresholds to step in and take actions, how small or how big as you want to. They usually have an office space, a mandate, and of course, funding. The Green Office movement has started since 2010, yes, in Maastricht, and it actually started with a student, some people present from Maastricht, with a student who was tired of seeing all the litter around campus and said, okay, we have to do something about that. And then you can see it gradually grew out in the last 13 years to a very wide network of more than 100 green offices, of which 50 are currently a member of the Green Office movement. And in total, there have been more than 800 programs or projects implemented and 2,000 staff and students involved. I'm trying to be quite concise, as I know that the time is limited. So I'm sorry if I'm rushing through things a bit, but one thing I want to talk to you more about is, of course, the Green Office model and the pillars that it's supportive on. So our whole vision consists of these 5 blocks, let's say. So there's the education part, where we want to empower global citizens to lead for sustainability by, among other things, integrating sustainability in all departments, in all parts of the curriculum. There's the research pillar, researches that not only give us more insight on what the priorities should be, on which actions have a bigger impact, but they also give legitimacy to why we prioritize certain measures when it comes to energy policies, mobility policies, even dietary choices on conferences, for example. And then there's the community side, which is of course a very important pillar as well, that we try to promote by engaging students and staff to act together, as we see that this is an essential part to really drive for change, because we know that, so if we've learned that a lot of people are worried about climate change, about sustainability topics, about loss of biodiversity. So a lot of people are aware, but we find that usually people also can feel quite lonely in this. They don't know how to necessarily act, or like which things to do by themselves. So community is very much an essential part in this to empower people, to stimulate people to work together and to keep each other uplifted, right? We want to keep hope alive as much as the reality. Then operations is the 4th pillar. So this comes down to buildings, catering choices, policies on diversity on campus, social inclusion, can be also biodiversity on campus. So we want to overall achieve a positive social and environmental footprint. And then in the center of all that, there's government. So of course, the necessary contact with policymakers, decision makers, can be the student councils as well. So all those decision-making bodies to make sure that everyone who is involved in policy and decision-making takes sustainability goals into account everywhere. Then I think I'm already at the end of the presentation. I just wanted to close with this initiative that was started in 2020, and it's our Green Office Movement Ambassador Track. And this Ambassador Track is a program in which we have student volunteers ambassadoring, so advocating for the Green Office Movement. They take up this engagement for 1 year. They organize exchange calls every month in which they decide on which of the themes of the whole institutional approach they want to focus on next. So they have brainstorms, they set up concrete actions, and then every month they come together to connect and to decide how to further, for example, spread Green Office movements into other countries, to start up Green Offices in their own institutions, and so on. So the main idea is that they create resources together throughout this 1 year that also can be shared further out in the network. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And if there's any questions that I cannot directly answer, I'll gladly refer you to my colleague. This is Maartje, who is the Green Office project manager of SOS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Are there any questions? Yes, we have time for 2, so you are the first. I'm coming with the mic. For the live stream.
Test. They're working?
Yes. So first, thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, we're asking. That's why we're talking about, and that's why we asked you which were the universities that were asked. Because generally, I come from Spain. For instance, he comes from Eastern Europe, so we come from parts like from the south and the east. So as we can see, we don't have a Green Office, and we are usually not that represented with that pulse. And actually, my question was regarding that topic. How do you think we can encourage this type of, like for instance, this amazing project like the Green Office in our own countries and how to implement it? Like, what's your opinion about it?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a broad question as well. How to encourage? Well, it's student-led, so I think the initiative always. What maybe some people from green offices can also explain their own experiences with this. But how it starts, I think, is usually from a small group of engaged students that come together and set up an action plan. I think there's a lot of resources on the platform open as well that you can consult if you wish to get into this and like learn how to approach your institution, how to approach policymakers. Yeah, I think it really comes down usually to a very small group of people that are willing to take up an engagement consistently for yeah, the first 2 years, let's say, to take it off the ground. But yeah, so.
Yes, just one second. Can I please my question?
Not a question, but
you want to add something? Yeah,
maybe I'll just.
Your experience.
Maybe like a little bit of then inside information from the KU Leuven. I think if you want to start a green office at your university, important is like network, see where the people are that can help you. Are there staff people that are like sustainable minded, or teachers or professors? Other things are indeed like how can you reach out to certain boards you need to convince or whatever, and maybe it would be interesting if, for example, you could invite a green office ambassador to come actually and speak about the green office, just like present it to them and present the like the values and what it can bring extra to a university and to its students. It's really about convincing, networking, and finding your way like strategically into the university. Of course, I don't know how your university works, but it's something like to really look into, and especially like they have a lot of tips. It is really, and like the online tool of how to start a green office, something to really look into if you want to start one.
Are there any more questions? No? Paula?
Well, you heard many speakers today. Now it's your time to discuss a bit how to build an Erasmus experience. You will be divided in 3 groups. Each needs to have a rapporteur who will report the conversation here. We will stay in the same room because some people already left, so I think we have enough space to talk in 3 different groups that will be moderated by my colleagues. You will have 20 minutes to work together, and then you will have 2, 3 max to share your ideas to the rest of the room. I will divide you by calling you 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, all the 1 will group themselves, the 2, and then the 3.
1.
You want to moderate? Yeah. We will talk about this later. Then, well, we have group number 1 on campus.
And now I'm supposed to say something that's equally good, of course. So we talked about implementation of sustainable policies on campus, and the main point that we come up with is that we need to find ways to inspire people, because in the end that's the way to make change for the longer term. And so we talked about how there should be a peer-to-peer approach where organizations work together, and there should be sustainability campaigns, for example, sustainability weeks, meat-free month in cafeteria, social media campaigns, etc. Then we also talked about integration and how combining international groups and local groups can mean that there's a more all-encompassing picture maybe of sustainable goals, and it also means that people take something with them to a place that might not exist there yet in terms of sustainability and bring something back home after their mobility. Then we talked about how green offices can help also in terms of integration actually, because they provide a space that is safe for both international and local students. We talked about how we need more funding to get these things to happen. And something that touches on well, the other group about education was that we talked about how there could be more focus on sustainability or the real-world applications of teaching content. And by extent, that would mean certain changes on campus as well. In the end, we talked about linking co-benefits of sustainability, so how if you are more sustainable, you might also save money, which as a student is sometimes even a requirement, and how it might benefit your mental health, for example. And then we talked about how we should try and have projects, so to come back to this peer-to-peer approach, we should have projects that, for example, universities challenge students to come up with a sustainable solution for a certain problem, and other collaborations between organizations and students, and between organizations and students. And it also means students should be better represented in councils and bodies of universities, both in terms of sustainability, but also in general. So that's what we talked about.
Thank you very much. I think all of you have been very efficient for having only 20-30 minutes. You discussed and wrote a lot. I hope you can concretize, like put into practice these things. Thank you for being engaged until the end and having the energy to exchange with your peers in this hot Friday afternoon. Well, that's the end of the conference, and we are almost at the end of the Green Erasmus project, so I might be emotional now, but I will try to, because yes, it was my first project, as I said, so I might not be in contact with some of you so frequently, but I hope we'll have time and other opportunities to work together. I have a thing to say. I'm sorry for the lunch, because I think some of you had problems with the food restrictions. I'm very sorry. We communicated to the venue all the restrictions. We made sure that everything was labeled, but it didn't happen, so I'm very sorry for that. So we will talk with the venues gathering about that. Last invitation, let's say, stay connected by subscribing to the Green Erasmus project website. It's a kind of newsletter, so we can keep in touch. And you can write to me, contact me or my colleagues. We are always happy to present or to exchange ideas. If you want to recycle your lanyards, because you have many at home, you can leave them at the desk once you leave the room. We will use them for another event. And then, last but not least, I would like to use the last minute to thank my colleagues who helped me a lot. I would like to, and after each, I want the applause. So I would like to thank Annie, our IT.
Annie was our IT angel in charge of the live stream and everything related to technology, also related to my stress. Thank you. Selene, my logistic back. Selene was ready to help with last minute request, very last minute. So thank you very much. It takes time to organize a conference like this. I don't know if you know, but yes, there is a lot of energy behind it. I would like to thank Joanna, our photographer of the day and the designer. Thank Melike, our new colleague in charge of the live tweeting. Juan, our president, who moderated the interesting panel discussion, and Wim, the director. Juan and Wim are the pillars of our organization, and they also stood me in this stressful period and helped me despite their busy agenda. I would like to thank Rachel and Joanna from SOS UK. It's more project related, but I would like to thank them for the expertise, critical mind, as well as Elena, who left because she needed to catch a train. Might watch the recording for this. Elena was also another pillar of the project, and all of them have been essential and able to navigate through many tasks and to expand their knowledge whenever needed. Vasiliki, the last colleague who joined the project consortium. Vasiliki joined the last, but left a very good mark and helped us advance in many ways, so thank you a lot. Then Anna, our LO for sustainability. She also helped in the back, I saw her carrying things, so thank you again. The ESN volunteers and youth leaders who came here with great enthusiasm and are going to work throughout the weekend. And Pedro, who leads the delegation. Thank you very much. All the speakers, Stephanie, Ashley, Johannes, Susan, Katrina, Federico, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And all of you, like, who gave time and attention to us in a world and sunny Friday. Thank you again. Enjoy the weekend. Bye.